tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to see shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time.
Onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with versus glow. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage number 2. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky, and we're still in the group stages over here in North America. I know our European counterparts just finished up some of their qualifying matches for Atlanta, so huge congratulations to those teams who qualified. But Vicky, we're here today for some incredible North American games. How are you doing? I'm sure today's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited. You know, I got to cast with Cozy yesterday, and now I'm casting with the gauntlet of casters out here. I got to kidnap Dogman from Shib real quick, and now we get to get into that lower bracket final, but I'm hyped, man.
Shib is, let's say, KO'd, to say the least, at the current moment for this weekend. Yeah. You know what? We have, like you said, Vicky, incredible games today, and I'm incredibly excited to be here with you for them because, I mean, last time we got to see some fun games, and this time around, it is not going to be any different. I mean, across the board, it's going to be sick.
Literally, we have Rad versus Envy. There's so much to look forward to, right? Sentinels versus Dark Zero. We'll show you guys that in a little bit, but there's so much to look into just looking at the way the meta's evolved, how these teams have had to readjust, and we already know how that pick and ban phase could be so volatile while we take a look at the bracket for today.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest thing I think we're all learning is 50% is, you know, the execution, 50% comes into the draft. And taking a look back at the bracket, you could see the team that's done the best with those changes you mentioned, Vicky, is FlyQuest, right? This team seems to have really not slouched at all, except versus Envy earlier on. But that's still an impressive game to win, considering we all thought Envy might have been the favorite in that original semifinal match.
100% agreed. We also kept highlighting how Group A was like that group of death, looking at how stacked it was too, and how difficult it was to even look at that lower bracket. When you see Envy dropping down a FlyQuest and you're Dreamland, you're like, oh, dang, you know, like, but either way, it wasn't going to be easy, right? Because if you're Dreamland in this equation, you lose out to Rad, then you have to face off against whoever lost out in that first upper bracket series. So it was a very tough one to even get here, but you already know that Envy is looking to eye for that run back, and they still have to deal with Rad first.
Yeah, Rad's going to be a tough matchup for Envy, and we'll see that game later on. Meanwhile, in bracket B, not number B, in bracket letter B, Sentinels was the team we were watching at the very beginning. You know, they were kind of struggling. I don't know, Vicky, what do you think about Group B? Is this sort of that group where maybe Group A, we're talking about the group of death, is Group B more of like that figuring out group where across the board it does seem like the parity is definitely there? I mean, everybody seemed to have played close matches.
Yeah, I think that the only thing is that aside from 100 Thieves, really, a lot of these teams have reworked themselves, right? So having to also figure out where these new players slot in, how to find that synergy, it takes some time. I mean, you know this, Dogman, like having to play professionally, having to work with different players, and then trying to rework how you could find that trust with one another. That foundation needs to be found and built first. And I think earlier on in the bracket, we could see that actually transcend with these different teams.
Yeah, you're 100% right. That's great points, Vicky. I think that we'll see these teams, you know, progress in as units. I think that's the biggest point you mentioned, that they're still figuring it out, right? And not only do they have to figure out, like you mentioned, the team play, but also the in-game thing, right? The whole, you know, playing the game part. So learning your teammates is definitely a challenge, and then also actually executing is one of the bigger and more harder challenges for all of these teams. And we'll go into specifics, obviously, as we get there, right? About each specific team, each matchup. Like you said today, we only have 2 matchups, but these matchups are going to be some of the most exciting for the day, Vicky. Rad and Envy starting up first. I mean, 2 absolute banging matchups, though, Vicky. And Rad and Envy both have some of the largest fans, I think, or at least largest fan base in the Rivals esports scene.
Yeah, these 2 amazing organizations now facing off against each other. And of course, my favorite territory, we are in best of 5. So we have a lot more time, a lot more bans, a lot more safety picks to look at. And of course, that last series, we cannot ignore, Dogman, because I know a lot of people, including myself, have been looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams are now going to face off against each other in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so much fun to see those teams play against each other. And, we also, I think specifically for Dark Zero and Sentinels, I mean, who knows who's going to win that, right? There's some theoretical, solutions for both teams. But I don't know, Vicky. I mean, that's going to be a huge question mark, I think, for both teams to try to solve today. And like you said, it's best out of 5. So because of that, I think we're going to get some hyper competitive games. And they really do matter, Vicky, right? That's the biggest thing. $250,000 on the line for this entire stage number 2, but also more how you get that money in the first place, Vicky, is getting good seeding, right? I mean, you have to, be one of those top seeded teams to even have a good chance versus maybe one of the other lower tier teams on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, let's not ignore the fact, this is how I always phrase things. That first place spot gets to walk away with 75K rather, and then that second place spot, I believe it's like a $35,000 difference. So just see that series alone as like a $35,000 money match, right? That's just my mindset when it comes to looking at what these teams are also vying for aside from seeding.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be incredibly exciting to see who kind of comes out on top in that regard. And I think we have our predictions for that. I know you've been going against Cozy, I think, for your predictions. I've been going against Shib. It's been a bit easier for me in my case, I think. But today it looks like we're going exact opposites.
Yeah, this is we're going to find out how this is going to venture against. The fact that you and I have gone with different picks makes things pretty interesting. Maybe flip my 6 upside down. Maybe I'll have to tie up with Dogman real quick. Look at Cozy and just tell them that it was just fair. You just have to walk away with that one. But we're going to see how our predictions fare out for today. You don't have to worry too much. I know Shib's been on point there with his own predictions too. I believe the last time you guys were casting with one another, he was like, all you have to do is just get 1 point lead and then just pick the same Preds going forward. You'll never lose with that mentality. But I think now moving forward with best of 5, things are looking to shake up.
They are. And, well, something that has also shaken up was the introduction of Tap to the team we're about to cover in Team Envy, right? This team introduced him to the roster, Vicky, but he's not really had much playtime outside of week 1. That's the most interesting fact, is that when we take a look at Team Envy, overall, they've actually been mainly putting in Cal alongside Speedery. And I don't know about you, it does make a lot of sense, I think, because of how the hero pools work for Speedery and Tap. But what's your take on, that trio of duelists where people are like, oh my God, Tap should be one of the best Psylocks, but he's not even playing the game right now?
You have to imagine with the triple Vanguard, triple strategist that we've been seeing rolling out, Speedery has been on fire on kind of flexing over to that Ultron Cal too, having that very flexibility with the Phoenix. We've been seeing the Namor, the Winter Soldier for resets there too. But Speedery has been that problem in the sky. If it's not the Ultron, obviously we could see him with the torch there too. And looking at the way that it's been focused, a target ban onto Speedery, but he still has that flexibility. He obviously still likes flying the sky.
Absolutely. This man is one of the best flyer players in the game, at least in North America. When we talk about him, right, we talk about him, we talk about Rymazing, we talk about Melophobia, and we talk about Terra, right? Those are sort of our torch players alongside this region. Now Melo, not something he has to worry about at the current moment because of what happened between them and Dark Zero. But yeah, I mean, when people ask me, or in general, they say, or they wonder, okay, why is Speedery one of the best players in the game? If we just even take a look back at their game, when we watch them versus, well, maybe not FlyQuest in this case, because FlyQuest, kind of destroyed Envy a little bit, or it was a little bit closer in the first week. But, when we saw Envy versus, in this case, Rad, in game number 1, I mean, Vicky, you're right. This guy just took over the lobby. He's making hero plays on Ultron of all characters. And I guess that's the biggest thing, is that he's just so consistent, on top of the fact that he creates so many, plays for your team where you might be stagnant in certain areas.
You do only have so many bans, right? And then also at the same time, if you want to try to prioritize that ban onto Ultron, what are you going to do? Ban out of the torch? And then now at this point, you're lacking that strategist ban phase that a lot of our teams have been leaning into, seeing a lot more of the strategists being that target ban. You're forcing out other compositions and highlighting the flexibility that these teams need to rely on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll have to take a look at their opponents in Rad on the opposite side because, I mean, in this case, I mean, it's a very, very good team and has been constantly improving. The biggest thing with Rad Esports is that this team, formerly of Solaris, was kind of coming into it with, a lot of experience across, hero shooters in general. But more importantly, this is some of their first time, actually as a unit competing at the highest level in these games. And they really have impressed us, right, Vicky? The whole squad seemingly has leveled up from from the previous stage.
I 100% agree. And you talk about, like, you know, running the Namor, like, whole composition too. This is obviously a team that has not only ran that, but that's not what they're afraid of running. What they actually also run that we've been seeing is the Angela too, where I have a lot of question marks wondering how that's slotted in, because I feel like this team could try to make it work, but in this current, like, meta that we are playing in, it is just so difficult. You try to go for some of these cheeky plays, it's very enjoyable to watch if you're a guru trying to make some environmental KOs happen, but then you also have to imagine the level of competition that you're fighting against, right? It could work against maybe certain teams, but you're up against Envy, so now maybe having to tighten up on what you want to roll out with. Guru obviously also having a really nice Wolverine, Forky Dog, and then Pizza Demon, by the way, also making some crazy Jeff plays, where Jeff has kind of also been the big highlight for me for the last 2 weeks, and looking how he's slotted into the comp.
Absolutely, you're right. It's like strategist play has sort of been a staple of this stage. You know, at first I thought it was Vanguards, but you're 100% on the mark. I think that, you know, how these strategists are playing, how these Jeff players are playing is really kind of taking teams to the next level. And, you know, I'm sure we'll continue to see that, right? It's these teams playing really well around it. For example, you said with Angela, that was pretty interesting as well, because at least in their last game when they played against FlyQuest, it was tough. I mean, Guru was getting a lot done. I mean, Map 1, I believe he got an SVP when we were at Hell's Heaven. But, you know, it just felt like they didn't have a counter to necessarily what FlyQuest were doing. And even in half of our highlights, it feels like both Envy and also Rad struggled versus FlyQuest, which is an interesting factoid, I feel like.
Yeah, that's why FlyQuest has been like that one team that I would recommend everyone to keep your eyes on within the Americas region. There's a reason why they're sitting in the grand finals right now, because not only do they make those adjustments really quick, sure, you could try to throw something that they were not expecting, but the way that they handle and reposition, even if when they lose a player early on in fights, they never let loose on the aggression. They kind of peel away. Their repositioning needs to be studied, because the way that they back away, they're not giving up space necessarily, but it's enough to allow whatever player that may have gotten picked off early to then reposition with the team to then get more output together as a unit. So that's definitely one thing I've taken away from this team specifically that I feel like, I know Rad is going to also have to consider too.
Yeah, absolutely. Rad definitely are considering that. I mean, they're speaking of teams that are good at coming back, this team likes to play a ton of Adam Warlock and Emma Frost, right? And I don't know about you, Vicky, but that seems like the biggest reason this team likes to protect these three characters, right? 3 times saving both Adam Warlock and Emma Frost. What do you have to say about that, Vicky? This team specifically loving to play that sort of play style where they're constantly back in the fight.
Yeah, let's break it down, right? With Gale being on that Adam Warlock consistently, they really want to rely on Gale being able to be in a way better position to get those reses online. And then obviously Guru is a very strong Emma Frost. If they do prioritize these as their safe picks, though, something we keep seeing getting knocked out in the ban phase is usually Emma Frost. You let Emma Frost take control over that front line, despite the nerfs that we've seen with this hero. It's she's you know, mommy for a reason.
She's gross. She's disgusting. I mean, well, in a good way. In a good way, obviously. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? It's interesting because I think some teams seem to like prioritize keeping that Emma Frost, right? But you know, sometimes it felt like, at least versus FlyQuest, they were fine with that happening. However, you know, when we take a look back at that series, it was like, okay, the Emma Frost was saved, but we eventually, you know, couldn't even take down the Jeff, for example, right? That was a tough aspect that is going to be interesting moving into this game, because we're already ready to go in, I believe. Rad versus Envy is going to come up in a second, Vicky. And I mean, it's going to be really a tough matchup to predict. Like you said, I think Rad maybe can take the next step up, but Envy, I think you make up a good point earlier with your prediction, just coming out with Envy. They seem to be a more consistent team, at least over the course of the history that they put out there.
Yeah, when we got to talk to Envy after their win, you know, they seemed very locked in. They're already like very confident in what they've had to work out after losing out on that one series against FlyQuest, being the best team in Americas right now. Just based off of results alone, you have to look at what this match is going to bring to us here in that losers finals as we get started for the day here for Americas. Let's get it going. Rad versus Envy, as both Mantises are off the table.
I'm super excited. I mean, yeah, both Mantises were moved. We've seen that many a times, I think, in our region. And there you go. We just talked about it. You just mentioned it. Rad already getting rid of, or sorry, keeping that Adam Warlock. I wonder if Envy are trying to read that.
That's going to be in favor for Gale, as he's usually on that Adam Warlock pick. But then you look on Envy's side and you talk about flexibility. They said, Pizza Demon, not today. You will not be the demon we want to deal with, because we're also going onto Hell's Heaven, which is very important to note while they protect the Jeff, as we always start our first game on Domination.
I'm very curious to see how Rad responds to this, because, well, the problem is with putting so much commitment to Adam Warlock, it does feel like, you know, you're conceding that Jeff, obviously, in the opposite side. And last time, I mean, Rad didn't really have an answer. They ban out Adam Warlock in this case. But I don't remember, when I watched the series between FlyQuest and Rad again, it just felt like, you know, the Jeff was just getting away with too much, right? Every time the Jeff would go in with ult, it was Magneto bubbled, it was Mantis ultimate. At least they're getting rid of the Mantis now early, so Rad's learned in that department. But regardless, I mean, Envy's kind of put them on the back foot with that Jeff Protect, maybe forcing out some specific bans out of Rad.
Oh, but doing some homework, though, here, too, right? They ban out the Torch, and on the opposite end, they've banned out the Phoenix, which I think is pretty interesting. So you put your focus onto protecting the Jeff, and as you mentioned, double strategist off the table. Now, one more duelist here for Rad. I'm curious to see what this Protect from Envy is going to look like, just because, again, I do feel like Envy just has, oh, it's the Venom. Okay, so even without the Mantis there, that's something else you and I have to talk about too, Dogman. Venom, all right, it's not season 4.5, you know, you probably won't even see him in your games, but Venom right now, with the way that the Vanguards have been rolling out, even on maps like Domination, where you don't usually get to see that triple Vanguard, triple strategy, if they don't want to roll it out with it, but the Venom is just so strong on not only disrupting that back line, but also pulling a lot of attention and stalling, which I think is incredibly important when you talk about Domination.
Right, yeah, that is going to be interesting. I think that, I mean, yeah, you get the team up with the Jeff too. I mean, there's so many things you bring up with Venom that makes him so good. They get the Star-Lord Protect on the opposite side for Rad. They want to play aggressive, obviously, with that Adam Warlock and stuff. And you know, that's the interesting part, is that when I was watching back the Envy games too, like it felt like maybe you could go for like a full strategist line ban, but then it's like you said with the Human Torch, you have to get rid of it because of, you know, how good Speedery is on that character, right? Too.
Yeah, it's tough. We only have so many bans here as we get to see our lineup now. The Protect, though, onto the Star-Lord is something we are starting to see a lot more, and this is where Bedtime Story shines. We know Bedtime Story is a cracked Star-Lord, and Kuru is actually sticking to the Angela. I want to know, they've said it. They said that maybe they can make this work. We even got to see Thor yesterday, so it's been crazy to see the different look at the different Vanguards that kind of come into place, whether it be that Captain America or Venom. But once again, we are starting on Hell's Heaven, and we will be seeing that rollout on the Angela, it seems.
And listen, I mean, I love Angela as much as the next guy. Like, the thing is with Rad and how they played the previous series, I mean, Guru was doing so much on Angela. He really was. And they still lost.
I know.
They still lost, Vicky. So, I don't know, like, if we're against a team where the Angela is doing as much as it did and we still lose, I don't know. I'm a little worried about it, I guess, moving forward, because that was like the perfect situation, and it still didn't work out for Rad. But we'll see, as it's a best of 5, and they have, you know, even more maps to work out, like we talked about earlier.
Well, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do the Hawkeye thing right now. Okay, I've already got the PTSD if they actually end up doing it. And you look over to the other side to make sure that they can't have the opportunity. But I'm not too sure if they were able to pull it off here on the other side, considering that Envy weren't going to be portaling in. That's going to be Rad instead. Gru makes a swap over to the Angela, brings everybody from Rad back into the play, just so that way they get control over the point early.
It's a 1v1 on the high ground between Bedtime and the opposite side, Cal. But Envy trying to kind of like take separate angles, right? Running the Rocket Raccoon, allowing Monk to live this time. That's their adjustment, not playing the Luna Snow. But in this case, Rad is kind of sticking as a complete unit, right? Just constantly going together, using that soul bond to keep everybody alive, and they already found Kaluge.
Oh, that's a big first pick here. Kaluge being on that Captain America, too, as we were talking about the different dive opportunities that the different Vanguards provide here. But that's 2 off, with Gale being called out by Window. He's got the passive to make his way back, and Bedtime Story needs some heals, literally living on the sticks right now, as he's able to get fully up to health, and Rad get to take the point first.
Yeah, Envy playing a more traditional 2-2-2 comp. Honestly, it's like, I feel like Envy and Rad actually have very similar strengths, where they're very good at brawl comps and like kind of playing together as a unit.
Yeah.
And But Envy's kind of like now forced to now play like a little bit separate, right? In that last case, Kaluj just kind of got ran on by Rad while Envy's team was trying to set up.
They were really trying to prioritize, just specifically looking at window, trying to pinpoint where Gale is, and you have to keep your eyes on that since he's already used up that passive, and when that resurrection comes up, that's going to be their prio as Speedery trying to get into a cheeky angle here, trying to harass the backline of Rad, but Pizza Demon had the extermination ready to go. Cal's about to have that Phoenix ultimate alive, but window going out before he even has a piece of the abyss to try to reset, and this is another takeover from Rad.
This is very interesting from Envy. I mean, not that they don't play these type of comps, because they definitely play 2-2-2, but I don't know, at least in terms of how they're actually trying to play it right now with Nero and Window on the flanks, it was looking good previously in their last matchup, but also, I mean, today, they're kind of, like you mentioned, a little off sync.
A little disrupted, I don't know. Kind of feeling a little messy here, just the positioning of Envy, but they will at least come back into this next upcoming fight while Rad are approaching already 60% on the point for their progress, with a good amount of ultimates to work with. Nearly 6 ultimates online for Envy, but Rad have answers to try to deal with that.
Oh, goes in for the dive. Oh, off the map nearly, but Window has the mobility to get back to the map, luckily. This time, you know, Vanguard's trying to stay alive. They've been the focus of the last 2 fights, but into the sky with that Ensong Inferno from Cal, losing Month in the process. And oh no, that Inferno, I believe it hit the top too, or at least got deleted really quickly.
Oh no, yeah, it looked like it got clipped almost, or they just try to focus on it at this point, but Gale goes out first, but it's even crazier for Envy as they lost out a month earlier on. Nero at least does get that pick. Gale comes right back around with that passive as Cal's able to find Pizza Demon. Can we talk about how Gale's also just been absolutely fragging out on this Adam Warlock?
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, well, there's a reason why people are like, it's a better version of Hella almost, right? But in the meantime, Envy's worked themselves back into it off of, like you mentioned earlier, that It's Jeff off the map from Nero. And then, you know, the rest of the squad, and Cal specifically, right, making something out of nothing. They're able to get themselves back into it. Envy kind of a slow start, but trying to get back into a situation they were in earlier. Cal on the high ground, able to get out with his life.
Man, go trying to fly around over to the other side with Month at least having that Lunasoul ultimate with the Fatal Bolt throws to help resustain, with Pizza Demon now having that extermination, and Forky Dog finds Window again. Do not dive on my backline, Venom, as now the Legendary rings out. Slight stun too. Month is going to be able to navigate away, but having to be careful with the rest of Envy. They're playing off this sidecar, and Bedtime Story is just feasting for free.
I mean, that was so smart. He literally gets 2 KOs, maybe 3, following up on Kaluj, because he throws his team up with the rocket back towards where he came from and goes in with the ultimate, distracts them, forces them to a certain angle, and then comes back and ends up with a 4K in that fight. Beautiful stuff from BTS in that fight. Overtime now takes down Vicky, and Kaluj is going to have to come here to the portal.
Rad is looking crazy right now. Talk about homework. Overtime ticking away. They are able to recontest, though, with that portal, too, as other members of Envy were right there to also force it out. But with that, see ya, and now the Jeff ultimate coming out from Envy, they have to go hard here without giving up that point. Bedtime Story needs to be contested because nobody's looking at him.
Yeah, this is just over at this point. I mean, Psylocke ultimate gets the Soul Bond. I mean, they're able to get Forky Dog at least, so that's also removing the BRB. But also, you have to do Gilbert Noodle committing the ultimate. Brutal round from Envy there, Vicky. Oh my gosh, you're right. Rad looks great.
I'm not gonna lie, what was that Envy? That was not the Envy I saw yesterday. That was incredible. Even better though, from Rad, the way that they were able to isolate those fights, take out a lot of those important pieces from the very beginning before Envy even had chance to reset. Look at this, Kaluj is 0-5.
Oh, God. Oh, that's bad. I don't think I've ever seen Kaluj have that stat line. I'm gonna keep it real. Like, even in, you know, any situation. That's crazy. That's insane. I don't know. Like, yeah, the Vanguards you mentioned are just getting picked apart at the current moment. The pace of play is just not in their favor. But, you know, we saw this yesterday. That was the thing. Envy lost, I believe, round number 1, or at least in the last matchup versus Dreamland, right? So, you know, maybe they're just slow to start, right? That maybe I'm just looking for copes for Envy fans here, but Rad does look very good, like you mentioned, Vicky.
No, that's a very good point to bring up, actually, because despite, you know, domination could be very volatile, but we have to give flowers where it's due. Rad played that so well, but looking on the other side, you know, the stats don't lie. I believe Envy's like 4-0 on domination alone, and for them to get taken over that hard by Rad, I mean, now they also were able to save 2 ultimates. They're about to have 3 with Pizza Demon having the extermination, which is also another piece that has not been taken care of by Envy, as they're not focusing on him, as Guru is able to get the environmental pickoff onto Window.
Yeah, I thought the change up of putting Speedery onto the Ultron would be that mix-up they needed. But I mean, not when, yeah, Guru finds that opening pick. Even on a map where you'd assume Angela's not as strong on Eldritch Monument, that was brutal. incredible plays with the Ultron's Rage as well. Alongside that, Rad, get it done, win the point first.
Can you imagine just how chaotic it is to have Pizza Demon flying, poking at you from the left side, Guru's just completely shish kebabbing you, throwing you off the map, and then Bedtime Stories making your eyes water while he just burns into you, and all of these different individual heroes also building up those ultimates just as quickly too.
Yeah, there's so much you got to think about if you're Team Envy at the current moment. We'll see if they can adapt. But for Rad, they're sitting with all the ultimates, right? Letting them kind of come in. But Envy close to those Shredder's ultimates, close to that freedom charge, maybe to counter something from Rad, but Rad's also playing it slow, and oh my god, Guru does it again!
How is Guru is getting away with this? Because his job is to just be a mosquito and just get out of there. I'll be looking like a chameleon with two eyes in two different spots, and then Window gets frozen. That delays a freedom charge by the very end. The Psionic Seduction next comes out from Kaluj as he's starting to try to find his footing here, and Bedtime Story getting away with activating the Legendary up on the high ground, but it does force out Month and that Fate of Both Worlds.
What?
Another freeze and then the follow-up.
Jesus, Envy's getting picked apart at the current moment. I mean, they lose Speedery after losing Window. They lost Cal in the last fight. This isn't some of the worst stagger. Cal also tries to come back and clutch it up. Month gets one. I mean, that's how Envy gets it done. But is that enough, right? One KO from Month, eventually a follow-up on a Gilbert, but Gale has the self-res to bring everybody back in a moment. Eventually, they're on him. Cal and Nero are at least in the backside, but he has the pocket there. The team coming back to peel for him. Guru also stalling at the point, being an anchor, eventually will fall. But I mean, Gale still has that team-wide res, and these two members who just got picked are coming back.
Oh no, and he couldn't finish him off at the very end there too. Kalush just find Forky Dog, but Gale with that resurrection brings him right back after finding that pick. And now at 85%, now they finally flip that point. Envy gets to finally plant their feet here. They have the extermination, but Rad have everything to answer back here.
They commit the Ultron's Rage. You do have the heals in the sky with that Snowflake as well, but you have to concede so much space. Here comes that Sonic Seduction on the backside too, allowing Window to find Gale though. Regardless on the backside, they find two. And this is kind of how Envy does it. They make it scrappy. This is how it's looked in the previous Domination series, and it's maybe why you said they're so good at Domination. It's because they're just never out of any fight ever.
Yeah, and just the way that they were trickling in from the beginning of this round and the way that they were consistently just staggered in that first round there too with those crucial picks. This is the first time we actually see Envy grouped up together to win that team fight and isolate what the biggest problem was, which was prevent Gale from trying to get the res. And if they did, we need that sustainability, which Nero had with that Eternal Bond.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good read by the team of Envy onto Gale. Some teams don't actually make that adjustment, right, to chase down those Adam Warlocks. At the moment, I mean, Rad plays it slow. They're still kind of trying to walk it in, and they do have the advantage in terms of tickets, but at the current moment, Envy's building back up momentum, and until Guru actually steals on the backside Cal, and Cal goes down to that Ultron Rage. Huge play by Guru and Pizza.
Can we get a Pizza Demon ult counter too, by the way? Like, the way that Pizza Demon's been able to have this online consistently to try to keep the startup engagements and to keep them going has been incredible. But Month also matching that as Nero has the Eternal Bond to help keep everybody alive through this Legendary, and the rest is done with Kaluch holding that front line.
Yeah, now Envy's looking like the Envy of old, right? No matter how, you know, in that case, we saw in the last fight, Guru would have been a phenomenal pull back into, like you mentioned, with Pizza Demon in the sky with that Ultron's Rage, finding that elimination. They're going to have to portal back now, though, and Rad Esports, it's been flipped on their head right now. Envy almost about to cap out. Overtime has to tick down now.
That was off of after they were at 85%, mind you, as Bedtime Story over onto the Hawkeye, maybe trying to get a cheeky freeze here because Forky Dog has that team up, but then Speedery through the window of the portal. Nowhere is safe. Maybe a window to their soul as they get the set back over to the spawn room, and with the Psionic Seduction from Kaluj trying to bring them all into their line of sight. Gale does get that res off at least temporarily, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as Window and Cal get the follow-ups.
Well, that's the problem, is that res only brought people back to the spawn because he actually threw it out before jumping through the portal. So every single one of those members back in the spawn and Envy get it done. That was way better of a round for Team Envy compared to the last one.
100%. I was honestly a little worried with the way that the first two fights went down on that round, but that comes to show you when they are able to finally regroup there, replant their feet on the point, isolate those bigger picks, they were able to actually start playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kaluj started 0-5, now going 16-6, only had one elimination, one casualty that round. We'll see if that turnaround consistently stays into the next round, Vicky, which is one of the best rounds for Angela, like we saw yesterday with that off map.
Lovely planet.
Angela and Emma Frost, you get to get that drop kick here, and the Invisible Woman's not in play from either team as it was banned, but we also got to see that environmental KO off the side of the map here too. But that's something else you have to wonder here with the Angela, the Emma Frost, how that space is going to be controlled as we get started now.
Heading on over onto the Warrior, onto the factory. Rad, meanwhile, right, they're going to consistently play around Guru's Angela, sort of rely on Gilbert as well on that front line. But at the moment, I mean, Envy's pacing has been so fast, and Rad hasn't been able to set up, but they do have Stratus ultimates in this fight. Envy do not at the current moment. We'll see if Rad wants to take advantage of it or just wait out until Cal decides to pop that Galactic Legend.
I love the Peter v. Peter, just respect that we're having this 1v1 that we're having between Cal as well now as Bedtime Story backs away up on the high ground. Talk about positioning though, trying to avoid the sound of seduction from Gilbert Nutter while Speedery up in the sky has that extermination. It's going to be met though by Pizza Demon 2 up in the sky trying to heal up the members up on the high ground, but with Month being able to find Gale here, he does have that passive still activated as Forky Dog also could keep that sustained with the Fate of Both Worlds.
I mean, BTS trying to change it back. The same thing with popping Forky Dog's ult, but understanding the strat ults are, you know, more focused towards that point. Envy regroups around it. Find Gale again, and this is kind of how Envy wins these games. It feels like on Domination, Vicky, they constantly, as Cal finds Pizza Demon, just kind of they play it back and forth. They let you make the mistake first.
I'm also keeping my eye on Month. Month has been getting these follow-ups and these freezes so beautifully here too, and also has that Fate of Both Worlds, so they have that survivability. And we have some swaps coming out. We highlighted the Hulk, we highlighted the more, something that Rad Esports also likes to rock here after they make the adjustments that they needed early on.
I mean, I like it. I mean, Guru made an uncharacteristic mistake, I think, going a little bit too far. Usually doesn't, you know, get KO'd on Angela. Usually does a good job in terms of positioning, but in that last fight, Envy read him well, and now they're sitting with a huge advantage, right? I mean, they have that Ludus Snow alongside that Sonic Seduction, and every single fight, it feels like Envy's Sonic Seductions have been huge from Kaluj, and the Ultron range follow-up is there from Speed. There's so much on the table for Envy, and they still play it slow. They still don't even want to make the first move. Let Rad make it the mistake first. Here comes that Ultron range to pop out the healing out of Rad Esports as well, forcing out a cooldown at the very least, but they live it.
Yeah, and that and taking care of the squids too, right? Just making sure it's not extra pressure here that they could work around with these different pulls that this map provides here, as now the extermination comes out for Pizza Demon just to help keep everybody stabilized from Rad Esports. Guru's gonna need it, and there you go. With that squid pickup onto Month, that's your main strategist out of the table, and that's also with Month going down with Fate of Both Worlds.
Huge shots from BTS. And that's what they needed. Rad did, at least. Here comes Win on the backside, trying to find an elimination, at the very least force out something. Gilbert has found Speedery on the backside, though. I mean, it's hard down players. They're trying to come back, though. Doing what Envy does best, right? Trying to clutch up fights that seem really unwinnable, but I mean, they had double straddles. Here comes the whale on the backside. Month falls.
Oh no, and Window had got it done just early, but Nero's right there with the Eternal Bond. It's the insurance policy that they needed, but that still took out two of the strategists, as they have to also deal with the squids and Gale, who could come right back around with that Karmic Revival.
And they're sustaining Radar in the main side, but without positioning, right? They're having to use that Ultron's Rage defensively, having to come out now, force Kaluj off the point at the very least, but they did flip that objective, and also res back Guru. A lot of ults committed. Can they find any eliminations to follow up on? It doesn't look like it, but at least they have the point. But, I mean, Vicky, look at that ult feed. Look how many ults they just popped, and I mean, it's going to be a scary next fight for them against Envy.
And it's big, too, because that was Envy also just trying to stall for as long as possible, right? That was when Window getting frozen by Forky Dog right before touching the point, and then now Rad Esports were still able to flip it. And with Speedery having this extermination, Kaluj getting frozen temporarily here, too, stunned rather. He's got that Son of Seduction. He comes right back around. They have the survivability. As the Son of Seduction comes out, there's a lot of space, though, to get out of the line of sight, while Cal tries to take a different off angle. Has that Legendary. He's still living, though. Talk about the strategist keeping Envy alive while Window gets that reset Piece of the Abyss.
But so many cooldowns are popped to keep them alive. Can they come back into it? They pop that dance for the perfect time with the whale, and it finds the back line. Both removed. Nero and Month back to the spawn, and Rad still control the point.
Number one, I want to report a murder, because that was a big whale coming down, crashing on their dreams for now. But Rad extend their progress now on the point, with Envy now just trying to see what they have to do differently.
Oh my God. I don't want to say the obvious. I mean, that was a killer whale, right? I said it, sorry. Rad, anyway, on the defense, have the Sonic Seduction ready to go for Envy as they walk in, and you know, they're actually looking pretty good. But Pop has some decision early. Oh, no, they lose Gale, who has that self-res at the very least. But he's going to have to play his life now and make sure he can get a team res off if they were to go down, because Envy are going to stall this out with double Stratus ults in a moment.
The fact that Gale's about to get another res, we just saw him use it in the last team fight basically here too, so he's putting in a lot of impact here, while Pizza Demon had just used up the extermination. Now it's Speedery's turn. Window gets frozen by Forky Dog, but it's Bedtime Story who is lights out first. Overtime taken away in favor for Rad Esports because they have not flipped off the point just yet.
Wait, did Cal find Gale while he's rezzing so that res didn't go off?
Oh,
I didn't
no.
see that POV back. I think Gale was like all the way around the corner. Somehow he got hit by a spark, and that could end it. I mean, they're going to portal back with BTS, but now they have overtime spawns. And also, Stratus ults they're going against. This is going to be brutal for Rad to even stall this out in overtime.
They don't have any sustainability here if you're Rad. And now you're dealing with Envy, who do have a sustain. Kalush has Sound of Seduction. They're trying to body block them by the portal. It's not stopping them thus far, but Envy have so much damage output. It's just a matter of time with Rad making some desperate adjustments. Pizza Demon trying to get that Loki ultimate online just as quickly as possible, but no more heads left from Rad Esports to stay on that point.
Oh my gosh, what a round from Envy at the very end. I don't know how Cal found that pick, but now that's a map win for Envy in the books. And I mean, we can go back and look at that now. I mean, in the in-game client, you can watch back any of our games from any POV you want. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to go back and check out Cal's POV in that one, figure out why he's been playing instead of Tap. You'll figure it out pretty quickly based on that last fight. That pretty much shut down any chance for Rad. Envy get it done. And it's like you said, Vicky, I mean, they look good on domination. Round number one, they were shaky, but seems like a bit of a, shake off the rust type of round.
Yeah, that's the issue too, is that Gale being on that Adam Warlock, some of the things that we've seen Gale go for is going up on the high ground right before dropping through that choke and usually trying to pull off reses there. If he's not mixing it up or if he's down below, you already know that Speedery is going to try to look for you, right? That Star-Lord's going to try to isolate Gale, find out where he is. If that passive was already used up, which it was earlier on that fight, as you noted, that's going to be the only target he needs to look for, because that's the win condition that Rad is putting all their money on.
Yeah, they figured it out. I mean, Envy was playing heavily around Kaluj a little bit better. I think the one downside maybe of Envy at points is, you could say, I guess, like strategist play sometimes. And it's not that they have bad strategists. It's just like everybody is so resource hungry on this team, I think. Like, that's the biggest thing, is everybody wants to be healed an incredible amount, right? We see Window some of the time, took a bit to kind of get together with his team, figure things out. But Envy put Speedery onto that Ultron, and everything seemed to turn around. But let's take a look at the MVP from that round. It's going to be Kaluju. What a turnaround, Vicky. I mean, how often do you see a man go 0-5 and get 28-7 at the end of the match?
In literally 2 rounds. Like, it ain't over till it's over. And, I do have to also give props to Nero, as we saw in the stat line. Nero only went down twice, despite how rough that first round and even the first 2 fights in that second round went down. So you talk about survivability, you talk about splitting that focus. Kaluj being able to play the game and being on Emma Frost, following up with Window, that's how you're able to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? He was also supported by Month on the backside. And it's interesting, Vicky, because it felt like they were trying to, at least when they rolled out, they played Rocket Raccoon first, right? And that didn't work out, right? They had to go back to that Luna Snow. They had to play something a little bit more greedy. But it turns out when you put Month back on Luna Snow alongside, like you mentioned with Nero, just not ever going down, ever being a casualty, that's a huge way to come back for Team Envy.
It's really hard when you see, just the first beginning fight start snowballing when the positioning is in favor for Rad with the way that they had portaled in originally, just to disrupt Envy in that first initial fight here, Dogman.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. The Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage number 2. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. We're coming in the middle of a series between Envy and Rad. Vicky, game number 1 was close, but it was I guess, round reverse sweepage for Envy as they claimed Hell's Heaven.
Yep, goes to show you how important it is to be able to not only lean into your win condition, but survive when that is the only win condition you have when it's as tight as it was at the very end. You cannot falter, not even one mistake against a team like Envy, and it showcases right there alone at the very end because Rad, after that first round alone, you just showed me that first round and you don't tell me any context with the way that map went. I'd be very surprised to see, Collusion of all people going 0-4, 0-5 to then flip the script and just completely go triple that and just pop off.
Yeah, that is something that rarely happens for sure. I don't know how often we'll see that in the future of the game, but I'm sure for Collusion's sake, it's hopefully. Well, I guess if you eventually pop off like he did, then I guess you would take the 0-5 start if you end up in a situation like that. But that's the problem when you give teams Emma Frost, right? Okay, there it is, immediately banned. As soon as literally we bring it up, Casper Curse, the character in this case, but as you mentioned earlier. The diamond, the snow mom, she appears to be quite a force in the pro play.
I won't complain if I get to see her more on my screen, but this game around, we won't. I do want to ask you, though, Dogman, what are you thinking about with Rad Esports really leaning into this Adam Warlock? Obviously, I'm not expecting to change it, to be honest. I feel like they're still going to go for it, but this was kind of another problem that we were witnessing yesterday from Rad when they kept trying to force it out.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, I realistically, I want it to work, and I want Adam Warlock to be good, and he is. Don't get me wrong; he's still incredibly strong, and the healing output he provides. But yeah, I don't know. He's just something about him doesn't really necessarily hard carry teams sometimes, in my opinion. Compared to something like a Jeff or something like a Mantis, which is why Mantis is banned for Rad Esports this time around. But, I like how you play the Adam Warlock if you're Rad, and I like how Gale is very, very talented at that hero, but sometimes I feel like it slows down the pace of play unless Gale is just going absolutely insane. And because just ultimate-wise, it's easy to predict, right? Like we saw in the past fight, if you have a player who can read it like Cal did, I mean, you could just absolutely hard shut out an Adam Warlock, whereas on the opposite side, if for example, a Jeff has Peel, it's very hard to shut down like a Jeff hole.
And that could go hard here on Araco. Even though they won't have the opportunity to play Adam Warlock in this case, considering Envy has now banned it against them, as they also banned that Phoenix, then the counter ban. No more Adam here too. And that also shows you different game modes and what these different compositions could provide, right? Because now that we're moving on to Convoy next, we usually see that triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup, right? So you're going to see the prioritization over that Ultron, over Vanguards that you want to hold in that front line. That's why I wasn't surprised to see that Emma Frost being banned out, because Emma, especially with triple Vanguard, is a very big issue.
I wonder if this was the last time. Oh my God, an Angela ban. Yeah, that's crazy.
Respect? This is the first time we see Angela banned, I think.
Yeah, it is. It is because I think we heard in an EMEA interview, like the pro players, I think it was from Trust Me, who qualified for LAN. Congrats to that team, to Navi X Rad.
Great player, by the way.
LAN.
Love that interview.
Great player. I think he mentioned something along the lines of, sometimes even if the ban isn't the right ban, but if the other team plays a lot of it, I guess it's worth the ban, right? Because you're throwing them out of rhythm if, for example, every time we've seen Rad play this map, they're always playing Angela. You remove it.
Yep.
I mean, that's going to feel awkward at first, I imagine.
It's giving me that Terra vibes from yesterday when Terra was allowed to play Torch throughout every single game. And even though Terra could play anybody, it's just the fact that you have that one character that you've been sticking to throughout the course of X amount of games that have led up to that final game, that there's that comfort pick, right? They felt like they're in their element. It's not like they have to make those little micro adjustments just playing into that legend. Although, just the skill alone that these players have, they can absolutely get that flip of the script, in their mental, just being able to do that. But it just makes it a lot easier just to get it out of there. As we move on to our second map, it is best of 5. For those of you guys tuning in, we are finally in best of 5 territory as we are playing through our losers finals for today.
And we're going to Araco, not Krakoa, although Krakoa, I guess, is on this map. When we were talking about during the break with having to escort a tree across the map. Not escorting Groot, you're escorting Krakoa, right? On Araco. It can get confusing sometimes. A lot of trees are involved, okay? I know for our tree huggers out there, they love... well, they actually don't like this map, I guess, because it's like the epitome of technology taking over the world. But anyway, we're coming into it now, and off the rip, we see on the defense, different comp as well for the team of Rad Esports because of, like you mentioned earlier, so much Adam Warlock, at least forcing Rad to play a different, like, look.
I like seeing KCOA win at everything, but that's not something Rad wants to see as they're on that defense instead on the high ground. The fact that you let the Mantis through, by the way, is something else that we have to highlight because Pizza Demon now is going to damage boost Gale, and we know a damage boost Ultron on top of Bedtime Story is going to be crazy as the kidnap. Oh my, and they try to push him off, and he still comes back. Welcome to the Wolverine special.
Oh my goodness, that's, well, something we saw out of Envy yesterday, but you know, wasn't that consistent versus Dreamland when they played the Wolverine, but now that we're heading onto a convoy map type, Speedery making his presence known and pulling in Guru yet again. No shutdown of him, getting the bubble every single time from Galuge. Forky Dog can't counter it with the force physics.
I want you to bet when Rad's on the attack, Guru's going to try to match that with the Wolverine. Just a little bit of a diff, so maybe sometimes. That's what I'm expecting. I could see it happening, but it goes hard here when you expect that triple Vanguard. That's why Envy roll out with it, and they haven't been stopped thus far. Guru does come back to recontest with that portal as more members fall from Rad Esports, but Gale with the extermination could at least try to help restabilize. Unfortunately, cannot help Guru in that moment, but the Eternal Bomb now from Nero is going to allow Envy to now rotate through that invisible boundary too next with Month.
Yeah, I know why that ability is called Ultron's Rage now. It's because he uses his ultimate to no avail, and then the trees start growing on his own map. So, I mean, brutal situation to be in for Gale and Rad Esports because, yeah, they got snowballed. I mean, change of play, pace of play was just flipped on its head, and then also, you know, they're having to deal with a completely different comp and a different play style out of Envy, who just decide, okay, we're going to play Wolverine and really make your life miserable.
Just Ultron being Ultron, right? Wants to see the world burn out here. Now Speedery on the prowl, though, the Apex Predator, before trying to get an actual kidnap, but misses out this time around. Like the awareness, too, they had bubbled him preemptively just to start that engagement because that's how they want to start off having that number advantage. But Envy have so much in the tank right now. Rad have enough to also match that with Gale being able to get that ultimate from Ultron quickly. Oh, my.
Ooh. Well, good shutdown by Guru. I mean, Cal, I don't know how we even lose that. Really admits that Avagamora gets pushed back at the very least. Meteor M in the sky. Doesn't actually find anything necessarily. It gets Gilbert Noodle very low, however, and Windows there with the follow-up because Gru does not get countered by Meteor M, then throws out his ultimate. So despite Cal getting picked early, they're still in it and also have the claws fully raged out on the objective. In the sky, meanwhile, Gale trying to maybe keep the team alive, at least with his Ultron's Rage. Maybe do some extra damage, keep Guru alive, who just got kidnapped yet again. But even through all that healing, they can't keep Guru alive. He goes down to a Terror Cave.
It's just so much damage output. It's so much here, and Nero's been playing on fire. Even though we saw that MVP go to Kaluge, Nero is 100% on my radar in the driving seat because not only the damage impact with that Terror Cape and the follow potential here, but the survivability is Envy walk KCOA for free on that second checkpoint.
I mean, they're rolling them right now. This is Rad's own map pick, by the way. Tough situation to be in, considering, you know, we've seen teams get full held here consistently, right? And, I mean, that's on defenses in general, but really on Morocco, this should be one of Rad's best map picks, and they're switching Gale over to the Bucky in a potential resort, last-ditch resort on this third point.
The way that Bedtime Story as well as Speedery are playing, just holding these corners, trying to make sure that these players have something to fear, something to look back on. Bedtime Story gets right back, though, to the rest of Rad as they try to continue to harass that back line, but Month is still holding on to that invisible boundary, and Envy are holding forward while Rad are feeling the pressure.
Absolutely, Window gets pushed back and is going to go down. Envy, similar situation in the Streets phase, though, where they try to clutch up after losing one. Can they do it? The answer is yes. Everybody goes down to that Ensong Inferno and Meteor M.
The fact that KCOA is not on fire right now with the Phoenix ultimate, the follow-up on top of it all is chef's kiss right now. Kaluge with that Meteor M. Rad have not been able to restabilize here, and Bedtime Story is going to come out at least with a swap-up with the hand of Conchu.
This is brutal so far, but Rad could turn it around. Ayawagamura from Guru committed, at least slows down the push from Envy, since they have to commit Nero's Eternal Bond into the sky. Gilbert Noodle, Meteor M connects. Finally, something, a form of life support for the side of Rad Esports. They're bringing themselves back into it off of Gilbert Noodle with a 3-piece.
Look, I pop up already with one big crucial hit of the Meteor M. You get a 2 KO right there, a 2-piece, and you get to walk away feeling happy if you're Gilbert Noodle. And that's without them expending a lot here. And they need this because there's 3 minutes still on the clock for Envy.
And I guess That setup between Guru and Gilbert looking good right now between the Vanguard duo, but there's still 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, that's so much time at the very end of the map. We can't understate how fast Envy have been blazing along, Vicky. It feels like they've not slowed down until that last fight.
Literally looking like they're trying to speed run here, but now with a nice little stall, Speedery just dives down here and he finds Gilbert Noodle this time around. That's with Forky Dog calling in the invisible boundary too, just keeping Rad Esports alive. Gilbert Noodle is now going to make the swap to try to get back into form just as quickly, and Envy still had that survivability, but Bedtime Story was able to isolate Cal.
Yeah, nice shots, but can they find eliminations? Very deep by month, and Gale goes down. There's no more Shred ults here. I mean, Gale was the only one maybe that could bring it back with his huge Kraken impact. Maybe the Meteor at least misses from clues. Everybody's dodging back and forth. They're stalling the cartwheel. Rad are, and actually Guru finds a pick. So although they have no ults to work with, they're making it scrappy, similar to how Envy does it. And they're bringing themselves back into it, maybe forcing out ults, also not dying. But Gilbert falls, unfortunately, to Kaluge on the backside because he's trying to find those picks. Moon Knight over the top, able to find Nero. BTS, what a huge hand of Conchu and Son of Inferno is going to be missing the majority of the team now, unfortunately. So this is going to be completely negated, and Envy's ultimates have just gone to waste.
Wow, the fact that they had just crumbled that here, the fumble as Rad Esports now turned things around. You had all that time in the time bank if you're Envy, and now you're down to a minute and less than 40 seconds, and Rad have basically everything minus Bedtime Story, who makes that swap up and also gets that team up too with the Hella, with Gilbert Noodle being on the Venom.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Guru is somebody that can turn fights on their head. What an incredible player. But we'll see if they can keep it up, right? Every ult in the bank, which is somehow a worse situation for Rad to be in. And for Envy, you know, they have those ults to work, or they don't have a lot of ults to work with, but also can make things happen without ults. And again, BTS goes down. How has this game been flipped on its head where the first pick is happening by the team without ultimates? Guru trades it, though, onto Kaluge. And that's a big pick because, I mean, he was coming up in the Meteor. I have a here from Guru.
Oh, with Window at least getting stunned temporarily, Nero having that eternal bond keeps Envy alive. Once again, Nero trying to flip this fight, but it's met with the invisible boundary. Gilbert Noodle has a reset available with a piece of the Abyss too. And if he hasn't popped that armor just yet, Speedery backs away, has that legendary. Now he's going to try to harass the backline. Beautiful dive follow-up that we currently have right here between Window and Speedery, and it's all for Speedery to eat.
Yeah, you bring up a fantastic point as Envy close it out. 30 seconds left to go. It turns out maybe the time bank was too much to overcome as Rad get pretty much... I mean, that was a blazing fast time at first, so at least they can hang their hat on the fact that it costed a little bit more time in the bank, but still impressive to cap out a Rocco at the very least. And you brought up a good point, Vicky, I think, and you can elaborate for sure if you want. I think that tandem between Window and, you know, really any diver on Nero, and then a lot of times Speedery, is that really what makes Envy so talented and so dangerous? Is that dive tank duo between him and Speedery?
I think they have multiple layers of win condition, which is what the difference maker was compared to that first map when we're talking about one win condition versus multiple here. And you have the opportunity to have that legendary online from the Star-Lord, right? So then you have Window just dive in, he tethers onto them, Speedery follows up because everyone's already low thanks to the Venom harassing them. And you also have the protection from the Magneto bubble to set him up into place. So they're all putting their resources, sure, on that Star-Lord in case it works, but they usually end up swapping, or they have other layers of protection to allow other win conditions to follow up for Envy. I feel like that's at least what I've seen from the very end of that fight. But if you're Rad here, what, Envy had 3 minutes or extra time on that clock. They have less than 30 seconds now, so we absolutely take that hold at least.
Yeah, there's something to work on there for sure for Rad at the very least. A great point. Envy, meanwhile, on the defense, going to be starting out with a triple comp. This time they play to Angela. It's going to be Speedery on Angela, too. So that's going to be a fun and unique pace of play, or pace of change, or change of pace. We got there eventually for Team Envy, as they're playing that traditional 3-3 alongside Rad, who are honestly one of the better teams at countering it until that game versus FlyQuest.
Look at this, Guru, by the way, on that Wolverine. This is what we can expect out here, too, especially to try to break through this chokehold of the triple Vanguards that you could always expect when it comes to the team that is holding that defense here. Cal, though, has that BRB. He brings back Speedery, and something else you have to consider, right? Guru is him when it comes to trying to find his way around these Vanguards, and having that Angela looking at him straight in the face, all right, you think you are him, but I could be even Himothy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I completely forgot. If we take a look back at that ban phase that they allowed, at least Envy did, Mantis to go through. So,
yep.
Forky Dog, what a pick off by him, too, alongside, like you mentioned, with Guru playing his traditional Wolverine. but a very unsung player in Forky Dog for this Rad Esports roster, right?
Really big awareness here as we get to see the recontest as well with the Portal Plague now coming in from Speedery, and very nice cleanup from that next corner. Usually could get a little tough here for that first point. And now Bedtime Story being back on that Star-Lord, just trying to take a different angle with Envy trying to cycle out of that portal.
Playing this at the moment, Gale goes down to a haymaker from Kaluge, but Nero as well trying to maybe capitalize off of it. It's Jeff onto Forky Dog. Captures his own thing, but spits him back out, then spits the Mantis off the map, and clobbering Tom on the backside too from Gilbert Noodle of all people. Allows Bedtime Story to find Kaluge, but I mean, is it enough? Kaluge comes back with the BRB. BTS trying to bring it back with this Galactic Legend, trying to find the Rocket Raccoon, who's making it hard, and BTS somehow found two incredibly shifty heroes on the backside, and those were the ones keeping Envy alive.
And no one's looking at him. Nobody is looking at him. The Eye of Agamotto comes out. We're still seeing some of these picks coming in, but Pizza Demon with the It's Jeff sends Window down below off the map here. Monk keeps Envy in this fight with Window going down using that Meteor M, but while he comes back around now, they've used up both of his strategist ultimates. Cal at least has that Sia.
For sure, for sure. For Envy, they're going to come back with those ults you mentioned. And this is the Rad, at least I like to see, is playing aggressive, right? This is why this is one of their best compositions, it feels like, because when they're... Okay, well, Cast a Curse, BTS goes down to Window. Nice pick off from him. But when they play aggressive, they usually can make things work. Last Stand going aggressive from Guru. Oh, no, a little too far. The follow-up from Gale isn't there in time, though. No! Shut down by Window with a Meteor M and the damage boost from Rocket.
He's had enough. He's had enough. Especially when he was a picks away from almost being sent down all over again when we were looking at that Wolverine ultimate originally. Sent out Guru as now Guru makes a swap, looking to try to portal in to try to recontest here because time is of the essence. You have a minute, less than 10 seconds now left on the clock.
I mean, Envy's looking clean, right? This is looking rough at the moment for Rad as they have a minute left on the clock. This is kind of going exactly how Envy wanted, at least in terms of time bank and consistency. Right now, they're playing it slow on the height. I mean, Nero is just able to kind of have consistent uptime. That's the thing with Jeff. It feels a lot like, in fact, his teammate Rocket Raccoon with how much damage output and healing he provides, at least across the map at all times. Walls are here, but immediately removed, and Envy, they're looking to exploit out with Nero's ult. Oh!
Nero, oh my, talk about an It's Jeff. Oh, goodbye. He had gotten 3 originally, but with 2 out, Speedery follows up and is the nail in the coffin. Talk about a play here from Envy between the Jeff and the Rocket. You know, Tom Nook is coming in to collect his debt, and now the rest of Rad are looking desperately to recontest because they have less than 20 seconds.
This is brutal, and oh my gosh, and Speedery's going to be here with the Agamotto too. So many things to think about for Rad. How do they counter it? 10 seconds left. They get stunned too by clobbering time early. Forky Dog doesn't have his ult, but I mean, it's a multi-layer defense like you mentioned earlier. They commit that Mantis ult on the high ground. Gale, can he be kept alive? It is. It's enough to keep him alive with that overhealth.
It's the fact you get hit with an Eye of Agamotto. You get hit with clobbering time from Kaluch here. Rad still stay alive, though, and all that is going to be put into Gale to pop up with that final judgment here, with the choke being broken here, with also the Hand of Conchu being built up slowly. He used it up just earlier, but Gale now has that ultimate online, and Envy have that survivability.
I mean, they use Punisher ult, but Window, what's he going to do? They use the Invisible Boundary. They walk into it. Can Window commit his ult against that Punisher? It looks like he does. Jeff on the backside. He finds Gale too. And Guru. Window, an absolute god this map. As yes, he finds 2. Nero doesn't need anything, but he doesn't even need to necessarily. Speedily comes on the backside flank with a portal onto 2 members of Rad Esports. And they're trying to desperately dodge back and forth to the portal. It's not enough. Vicky, Envy are about to get it done in overtime. Rad Esports are sent to a 3rd map, and it's map point already.
2, 3.
Someone let Envy know it's not a speed run out here, but Window popping off. I mean, he was literally the window to the soul for Envy that entire game. He had the most crucial Vanguard ultimates and the impact that came out of them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, MVP for Nero, but for sure, like you mentioned, it's just Window looking so good. And that's a rough map for Rad. I mean, there's not much to say about it besides they tried to make things work. It was a little off sync, but I guess that's what happens. That's that strategy, Vicky, where you ban out, maybe comfort picks for the other team. And in this case, it seemingly worked out. But what's your take on it, Vicky? The fact that we're banning out the Angela, then playing it ourselves, or banning out other heroes they tend to play often, and it seemed like Rad didn't have a response.
Yeah, obviously, Envy made a really good call on banning out the Angela only because of what you had mentioned before diving into the beginning of that second game, where you're taking out a comfort pick away from Guru. Oh my gosh, Kaluj there with that Meteor M2. But you're taking out a comfort pick from Guru, and that first checkpoint, you saw how crucial was for him when he was on the Wolverine, getting very consistent environmental KOs. And then we saw Envy, yeah, they tease us with the Angela, but like, no, you're not Guru though. At the same time, Guru, I feel like has just been putting Angela on the map, but it also a very difficult Vanguard to really make that triple Vanguard cohesive without enough practice. Not that they haven't. I feel like more teams are starting to try out different Vanguards, as we heard in our interview yesterday when it came to Thor of all Vanguards, but it's something else to consider when it comes to these different maps.
Absolutely, that is something to consider. There's so many different heroes that you would think, oh, this one's bad, but then you see a pro team play it in a certain situation. And like Kalush said, the MVP, though, is going to Nero in that previous map. And, I mean, Jeff just does so much. So, fair play to Nero for getting it. At the end of the day, he was the in-game MVP. So, I mean, Nero also, from everything I've seen, tends to play this Jeff actually at a pretty high level. I mean, really, the only other Jeff players who have been to note on broadcast was like Vision in America. And it's like the Angela play almost, where like what you mentioned, Vicky, it's like Guru, and then Crimso's played it a little bit, but he's kind of given it up a little bit more lately. But yeah, I mean, well-deserved MVP for Nero, and I think Jeff play, you mentioned earlier at the beginning of the broadcast, has been phenomenal.
Yeah, let's talk about the fact that Jeff alone could literally turn fights when they are needed, right? I've seen Jeff just win 3 different team fights back to back, which then allowed either time bank to go in the opposite team's favor, or allows a good enough stall for the other teammates to start coming back if they were even down members before the Jeff ult in that team's favor had even come out. So you look at Nero, you look at the healing output he put down in that game too, right? He had like 40.3k. He was on the Cloak and Dagger though, to be fair, and he was doing a good amount of damage there with that Terror Cape like we saw before, but Jeff doing exactly the same thing when they were on the opposite end on the defense.
Yep, absolutely, and that puts Envy in a 2-0 position, looking to close out over Rad in our very first best out of 5 in America. We'll come back after this break for game number 3.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Well, Envy are only doing one thing, and that's making Rad look pretty dang weak at the current moment. And it's not their fault necessarily. It's just Envy, maybe in terms of their power level, has reached new heights. We'll see as the series progresses, Vicky, as we're entering a game number 3 in our very first best out of 5. But it's a rough spot to be in now if you're Rad, right? Having to come back down 0-2. Reverse sweeps happen, but against a team like Envy, is it going to happen for Rad?
It is possible, but it's going to be incredibly difficult because you also have the next set of pick and bans that then influence the way that these games go as we get set up for this third game already, and they've already had a set amount of information to take off from these bans, right? Sure, on a map like Araco, you get rid of the Angela. You know Gale really likes to run the Angela. Now can't get those environmental KOs, right? Same thing as you have seen for Hell 7. They didn't want to waste out on a ban like that. They wanted to see what win condition they want to rely on, and it was obviously the Adam Warlock, which both teams did not want to run in a map like Araco. Also fair. I think now going on to this third map, depending on what map it is exactly, it's going to be hard looking at what Rad needs to do differently, only because they look great in the initial phases of a lot of these games. It's just the restabilization part that I feel like has not allowed them to restabilize and then just take over more of these fights.
Right, yeah, it's kind of like what Envy does well. Like what you mentioned about having to restabilize. It's almost like Rad is like a mirror of Envy in terms of like their play style as a team, but Envy almost seemingly are better at it, right? Like they kind of are doing what you mentioned in that they lose somebody early and then they come back. Rad hasn't really done that necessarily just yet, but we'll see, right? Maybe they can do it. Maybe they can level up on this last map, right? That's kind of the anticipation of Rad, is that they kind of keep taking those next step ups into becoming a top tier team. But we're heading to Central Park for our very third game, and this is going to be an interesting map for Rad because in the ban phase, they already get rid of the Emma Frost like they did in the previous map, and Mantis on the opposite side for Envy.
I love how Envy was like, yeah, we need to get rid of the Mantis right away because we're not letting them get away with that. And on a map like Central Park, too, you have more of that verticality that you could work with. You have those flyers, and you don't want a damage boost flyer harassing your backline.
No, yeah, it's going to be a lot to deal with, and that makes sense to get rid of that character. Same with the Invisible Woman, keeping it for those flyers, like you mentioned, at least force that ban phase maybe to come out from Envy in terms of getting rid of a torch or something. But yeah, I mean, Rad hasn't really threatened to play that hero necessarily, where I guess it's on the bottom side. It's Rad, Envy's the red team, and Rad is the blue team at the current moment. And you know, it makes sense. They keep the Adam Warlock like they always do, make sure Guru can, or not Guru, Gale can play that. It's easy to mix the two. They both have 4-letter names with G. You know, which one plays the Angela, which one plays the Adam Warlock.
Welcome to my life. There's literally my brain, actually, when I was doing a good amount of studying here. But it is going to be the Adam Warlock for Gale. That's how I just imagine it. Gale just flying around Adam Warlock with a passive, and then Guru out here flying around, though, with an Angela. So, you know, that's actually pretty fair. But as the Mantis band does come out from Rad, they're not letting that skate through. But now the Phoenix is going to be the follow-up. And no Jeffrey. Put that Jeff away.
Yep, get rid of it. No more Jeff. Actually, this is kind of the idea that I had, by the way, yes. So on the top side, that is Rad banning out. And it's kind of like you honestly want to ban out strategists, it feels like a little bit, because Rad, or Envy in their case, by the way, Jeff Protect for Rad's side. But that's interesting. Regardless, it's smart, I think, to get rid of a lot of the strategist play out of Envy, because sometimes they don't know how to react when they have a weak backline.
That's a really good call out, by the way. Yeah, it's going to be Rad. That's actually the blue team, and Envy being on that bottom team. Just real quick. Nice little shout out right there. Penny.
What the hell? Okay.
What was I just talking to you about in the green room right now? Remember when I was like talking to you about my experience in rank last night? All right, well, I don't know how this just came into fruition, but you know, and it was on Central Park, actually. It was on Central Park. Okay, so a lot of viewers at home seeing this.
Oh gosh. Yeah, go ahead.
No. You go ahead, Dog.
I might have to save you because, well, in this case, it was a Penny Parker player who, let's say, wasn't a team player. That's maybe.
Yeah. No, I meant the logic behind what we're seeing right here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I go to the toxic direction immediately. So that's my bad, Vicky.
It's okay, Dog Man. I'm the same way. That's why I was seething real quick when I saw that. It was almost like a little bit of PTSD. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet.
Oh no,
but
my Penny Parker player is gonna start running off the map and on.
Oh, here we go. All because he couldn't get to play Penny Parker on Central Park. But let's talk about Penny Parker real quick. Although we have not seen these bans, like at all. I don't think we've seen a Penny ban, I'm not gonna lie. Usually on Central Park, though, a lot of players within their own ladder could say that Penny's pretty strong if players just do not have ice to shoot the nest. But, you know, it could be a little cheeky sometimes on Central Park. Although I wasn't expecting that to be a problem in general to use up a ban. We'll see what Envy is cooking up here as we move on to our third map.
Yeah, they might be feeling cocky, honestly, because, yeah, the only team that really even played Penny Parker into these 3-3 comps was Nemesis. That's the only team to really do it, I believe, with Scatter, I think. But outside of that, I mean, I guess you would see Dongmin on Intergalactic maybe do it sometimes, but there's not a lot of, like, Penny players, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll play it, but, yeah, it doesn't seem like there are too many players, like, actually specialized in it, at least in ranked and stuff, to practice it.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky out here, too. Maybe go for something cheeky as we get started right now. Match point right now for Envy. Need to win one more map to proceed into that grand finals, but Rad are not going down without a fight, with Guru being on that Angela.
Shoot, and guess what? We get to see Speedery back on to Torch, going for that long right side angle, but Guru there to try to attempt to counter, or at least to force him off, scare him. In the meantime, Speedery not understanding that. Angela's kind of like the anti-flyer vanguard at times, or at least Guru's job is to mark Speedery in the sky, it looks like, at the very start. Forcing the play slow at the moment, and Guru seems to be the one dominating the skies until, I mean, Rad, they have 2 flyers on their side to help Guru 2 in the air.
A lot of staying here possible, too. But Speedery, talk about sustaining. He's not sustaining anything as he falls from the sky. Wings clipped here, but if anything, it's Guru's trying to go for the very quickly, by the way. Here, talk about that healing output while Gale is able to come back alive. Forky Dog can't say the same. Bedtime Story is continuously harassing that backline, but the rest of Envy are walking up onto this point, clearing it from Rad.
Yep, something I failed to notice and even point out was, yeah, I mean, they were just playing for straddles, right? That's why we saw Speed go down so easily. It's because of that, and they take that point quickly off of Nero. You know, them taking damage as a unit, that's their idea, was to just sit there, poke, or take poke, rather, and also they find Gale and Stagger, brutal for Mr. Gale Adelaide, and, you know, Envy, really smart idea to just place for straddles there in that fight.
It's so big brain and something that a lot of players just do not consider, right? Instead of going for a health pack, you want to boost into those strategist ultimates instead, and Speedery taking a good chunk of damage just to have that entry point with that eternal bond instead, keeping everybody of Envy alive while Speedery isolates Bedtime Story. Instead, Speedery's putting him to sleep.
Yeah, this is sort of what we saw yesterday with Terra. You mentioned it with Speedery too. I mean, he's one of those guys that you don't want to give Torch for this exact reason. Finding that stagger pick. At least Rad have ults now, though. They'll come up on 6. They're going to rotate Guru all the way to the cart to at least try to stall it for now. Envy also understanding that, look towards Guru, force him back towards that main side as the cart still pushes, and also Strangling Prison's there.
Oh, he put down the Strangling Prison and immediately got stunned too right afterwards here. So backing away while Guru Noodle sends out the Meteor and Blind. Invisible Boundary for Invisible Boundary was used up, but the Extermination to try to keep them alive as Gale, safe and sound inside that side room, is able to pull off the res. They try to shut it down with Rising Phoenix here, but Gale then shuts down Cal, and Envy are down in numbers.
Yeah, nice trades back from BTS on the backside. Guru also trapping everybody with his ult. Meanwhile, that's enough to bring them back into it. Rad really pushed to the brink there in that last fight. But they were able to come back, Vicky, it seems like, through BTS's ult, and then also, you know, Envy not being able to commit Nero's ult.
It comes in clutch, too, when you have Gale safely behind a wall to be able to pull off that res, despite Cal trying to aim for him. Cal's always looking for Gale. You have to keep that in mind here. If you look at that back line, and Forky Dog had used up that Invisible Boundary earlier, too, and already is trying to dip that of month in that ult economy, but keep your eye also on Window, who's looking to try to flank that back line. Guru dives down here, tries to disrupt the piece before trying to fly away with Angela, but he gets a huge shish kebab here.
Yeah, somebody's pushing the cart, too. It got back-capped, I believe, by Window. So that cart pushed a little forward. Rad might be a little bit, you know, not exactly in the right train of thought at the current moment, as that's an eternal bond on that cart to kind of give everybody sustain, too. And Rad have nothing at the current moment, right? Clumbing close to that Ultron's Rage for Pizza. The Pizza in the sky has to do with Speedery inside a trapped room because the map is changing. Oh, no, for Pizza. Pizza. That's brutal. Gilbert trying to clutch up. Meanwhile, on the cart in the backside, Speedery able to find Gale with some help from Window. But it's traded back and forth. Bedtime Story again. Trading back and forth fights for Rad is huge. I mean, these consistent eliminations for Bedtime Story have been huge.
You know, Speedery's like, how did that all happen? Pizza Demon had extermination. He couldn't even use it. I disrupted him. I'm surprised he even pulled the trigger on that. Over on that side room with how low he was in that 1v1 duel versus Speedery. Despite all that, though, Rad still are able to take control in the neutral in that fight on the ground.
Massive work from Rad. Definitely play around this Adam Warlock to a very high level. Early commitment of that Piece of the Abyss from Window in that fight. Just kind of using it to force out cooldowns. Didn't force out much, though, unfortunately, in his case. In fact, it's his own team who gets picked in the sky again by Guru, really playing this anti-air style very well of Angela.
Imagine having the Feast of the Abyss to follow up with the Phoenix ultimate that Cal is about to have right here, too. Could have maybe had more impact as Gale's able to find Window and Guru finding Cal next. Guru getting more of these picks, making you wonder here. Maybe this could have been the next Angela ban they could have leaned into just like that last map.
Let's see when the ults are involved, right? This is a big one. Window now going over to the Emma Frost, looking to try to peel a little bit more. But at the moment, Rad, I mean, it seems like in these neutrals in the sky, at least are dealing with speed. They're sending basically everybody. I mean, Gale pokes him, Bedtime Story pokes him, Pizza's poking him, Guru, same thing with Gilbert. Everybody's making sure that speed is marked and not given cover. But the bubble's used. Also, ult committed by Guru with the Ultron's Rage. But the Meteor across the map! What a shot from Kaluj, who doesn't have a res in Gale. And that's out that Adam Warlock. That's removing so much damage. Every ult now being popped for Rad Esports. Can they try to get an elimination? It's an eternal bond. So the answer is no. They have to make it scrappy. They have to stall at the cart. Maybe wait for Gale to come back with that res that you mentioned earlier. Was able to get off behind that wall. But at the moment, Rad, they start to back up. Maybe they're setting up for that res. We'll see if Envy can read that for this upcoming fight, right? Understanding that. But in fact, it's Pizza to take advantage on that left flank.
It's the counter rotate that I am loving right now from Rad, right? Because Gale had gotten down early, they want to be able to lean into that, and they forced out the Eternal Bomb before because of that legendary. So now Envy don't have the ultimate economy right now to be able to elongate these fights as Rad Esports does.
They're just finding pick after pick, and so we're talking about earlier, Rad has kind of a similar playstyle to Envy where they kind of rely heavily on these neutrals. You can see exactly why. I mean, Gilbert follow up with Gale and BTS. Everybody showing up now for Rad, and what a better time to do it, Vicky, on map number 3 in the middle of the map on Central Park. If you could stop Envy now, who is now portaling in, Guru could get the maybe animation cancel stun. Portal out. Can Guru come in? Kidnap him with a spear. He got the portal off in time.
Ooh, he gets it. Everyone jumps back in. They're safe here. They get to pull it off for now, but can they get the picks with overtime ticking away? Window activates the silence seduction right out of that portal. Speedery close to that legendary, but the Born again rings to their ear as they try to find him. He still has the passive to come right back around, and Forky Dog is so close to the invisible boundary as Gilbert Nuda rises up with the Meteor M. Guru is busy sending the Strategist off from here. This map. This is insane looking at Guru, looking at the Angela, shutting down the Eye of Agamotto as Envy have been wiped.
Oh my goodness. What a play. North American roster that made it the farthest into that grand finals. And now they're trying to come back, right? I mean, what a hold. Great job. Honestly, like you mentioned, out of that Angela from Guru, I mean, just committing his ultimate divine into the backside, right? Making sure that nobody could leave that Heaven's Retribution. It seemed like because of the awkwardness that Angela is like introducing, Vicky, because nobody plays against Angela, it's almost like Envy is just like, oh my god, nobody's breaking the ult. Like, what are we doing, guys? It should be dead. But
yeah,
many times, I mean, we just saw Speedery just shooting it and it didn't break.
Looking at Rad, the way I wanted to highlight the way that this team works together is like the mad scientist, right? Because the fact that Guru, look at this, 19-2. It may not have a lot of damage impact, but it's the disruption that Angela players need to rely on. It's not about what the stats you put on board. It's the impact that you have in the actual matches, in the actual fights. Guru still was able to get KOs. Don't get me wrong. That's why he's 19-2. But he was getting the impactful KOs and was able to even try to put himself into position to try to interrupt that portal, and still was able to come right back to the rest of the team and help peel for the backline, which I think is the main thing, because you know that Window usually on that Venom is always trying to harass their own backline. So what better way to get some peel than from Guru being on the Angela?
Right, I mean, so many things are working out for Rad's comp and is built for a specific reason, and that is through Guru, like you mentioned, playing that triple comp, keeping him alive and healthy. Meanwhile, for Envy, they'll have to figure something out. They're going to switch over back to that Adam Warlock comp on their own side and put Speedery back over to that Star-Lord. And that's the thing. When they usually play the Torch, I feel like they do good in that 2-2-2 sort of style with a Bucky alongside Cal. But in this coming defense, they're going to play that group and play against Rad. But Angela sort of works like Wolverine, where she can kidnap group whenever she wants.
Yeah, getting a little taste of one of his other favorite heroes out here. Look at Guru playing in the Matrix right now. Dancing around the beams. No Ultron necessary that he has to worry about. Instead, he gets to go right back to the rest of his team here while Envy are trying to nail him down. Cal and Month being on the Loki and Adam while Month gets sent out. Bedtime Story having his number. The nice stun on the both strategists. That just only leaves Nero for sustainability, and he may want to hold on to this internal bond, but no, he actually uses it instead. Even with just having Kaluj and Speedery there actively to make sure that there is not a recontest from Rad Esports.
I mean, it might be enough. It pushed him off for now. You thought that Rad was having a, huge advantage, but it was because, like you mentioned, with Nero building that ult so fast. Portal also used by Windows, so we have to, realize that portal cooldown now used. Here comes that invisible boundary from Forky Dog. They want to play inside, force Envy to use something, but they don't have anything in this fight. Strategist ult wise.
Always makes you pucker a little bit when Forky Dog gets chokeslammed by the Emma Frost, trying to get her out of the invisible boundary. Does not come through with the safety of the meteor, rather the bubble there, but they try to nail down on the 1v1 of the Star-Lords here. No Peter Quill having any fun as Gale has a safety of the Karmic Revival gear to bring them in.
That was so aggressive from BTS, but yeah, he's playing that way because of, like you mentioned, needs to find those eliminations before Strat ults come out. Rez is out too to bring Gilbert back. Same thing with Forky Dog. Heaven's Retribution to slow down this push. I mean, it seems like they're doing a really bad job, honestly, of breaking this ultimate on the side of Envy. And also the kidnap comes through because they spent so much time breaking that ult, but they're able to kind of stabilize with Speedery in the sky, who is incredibly low, by the way, in that ult. Gets healed up last second, but they take down 2 and they brought it back.
Envy have 3 at least in the bank here too, just to continuously harass Rad Esports back into their spawn room doors. And I want to highlight something that you said, Dogman. You talk about the Angela ultimate. Something else to note, another character that's really good at destroying other ults is Phoenix, and Phoenix was banned out, I do believe, for Envy, so it's not like they could utilize that to destroy a Rocket ult or the Angela ult maybe just as easily here, but they do have to fixate their attention on it.
100%. And it's been tough, I think, for Rad to really find any opening. I mean, they used greens at the very least for the defense, but now you have to commit that Ultron's Rage in the sky for Rad Esports' side to help peel off the Eternal Bond. Ayawagamoto committed by Kaluj. Forky Dog is hit too. Oh no, he's gonna fall.
The Eye of Agamotto hit Forky Dog even in the safety of that own invisible boundary, but at least keeps the other 4 members that were hit by the Eye of Agamotto alive for now. The Sign of Seduction comes out next from Kaluj. Cal does have that resurrection ready to go here, and Month is very close to having that God of Mischief. They want to look at the Eternal Bond as Nero gets a Terror Cape and then follow up onto Guru.
Oh my god, he's just slowly walking away. Cal was. It's just from like 4 people. In the meantime, his team is finding every single pick. Cal menacingly avoiding all of that damage, and Envy sit in a great spot. This is a tough situation to be in. This has been the adaptation I feel like a lot of teams have made is, start to play a little bit more low-key, right? The low-key kind of counters a lot of what Rad is doing with these, crystal utilizations. Keeping them alive for even a second longer from these kidnaps have been huge for Team Envy.
I'm really happy you brought that up. Very true here. With the Loki play too, you get to allow your tanks to also just play a little bit more up front. You control so much space here on the defense, but the Eternal Bond in the form of the God of Mischief comes out now from Month. You get to see the AoE coming out too as Bedtime Story is just trying to get these picks, and with some extra help, they find Pizza Demon and Gilbert Nuber on the side of Envy, getting more of this advantage as time is of the essence and nobody to touch the point.
Wow. I mean, for as good as Rad's defense was, their offense got stuffed by Envy. Only 59% on the board. Envy get it done, get the 3-0, and now get an incredible match in that lower bracket finals as well later on. Because, man, what a close game that was, Vicky, and Kaluj gets that MVP of that map.
There's so much to digest from that game too. I'm still not over, despite them losing. The Guru Angela was fire. I loved it. Every time we're seeing Guru on Angela, by the way, notice how he's usually always SVP. Mad props to the best Angela, honestly. And looking on the other side, though, giving props to the team who won it in a clean 3-0 fashion, the Envy way. Speedery, 11 final hits out here on the Star-Lord.
That's crazy. I mean, absolute dominance. And yeah, sorry, by the way, but Envy's going to be in that grand finals of their group, of Group A. Get that rematch versus FlyQuest, right? That's going to be a big match coming up in a second, or not in a second, but tomorrow when, we get to see those two phenomenal teams play against each other. But Envy made it look clean today versus Rad. And this kind of looks like the Envy of old, right, Vicky? They've kind of been working things together. Like, even though they sort of, were losing in the streets phase on their offense, it seems like they sort of figured things out. They kind of take warm-up rounds, it feels like, right?
Yeah, and I really like the way that Envy has also been able to make those quick swaps when they need to. I like how you highlighted the Loki and the importance of Loki when you get that ultimate online to be able to get the copy onto Nero, who not only has such a crazy survivability rate, but the uptime on having that ultimate, the Eternal Bond, while also having your duelist take extra damage on purpose to be able to build that up just as quickly is nice, as Kaluj is our MVP once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's kind of like when people see, for example, Mace or, some of these other teams, like Kaluj is one of these guys. Same thing with even Guru at times. It's tough to give up that Emma, right? I mean, that's what we've seen, is that there's always something that you have to sort of give up. And it seemed like the gamble to give Kaluj Emma Frost did not pan out, except... Well, yeah, even on Araka, it's just like it didn't seem like you could really win against Envy at the current moment. And I imagine if you're an Envy fan, that's a great sign to see as we enter the playoffs very soon, coming up next week. I mean, I imagine that gives you a larger boast of confidence than what we saw previously out of this team.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I do like the different looks that Envy has gone forward with the bracket after losing out against the best team right now in Americas, considering that FlyQuest is waiting in the grand finals from that upper bracket side. Envy, they themselves have said that they felt like they could have won. They just needed to rework on certain things. In the pick and ban phase could have been a lot better. But now here's Envy. They win in a clean 3-0 fashion against a team that not only 2-0'd Dreamland, but they were looking very nice. They were 2-0'd Intergalactic earlier too. And now Envy gets to sit in the grand finals to try to get their run back.
Oh my God. That's going to be a matchup I'm not going to want to miss. That'll be tomorrow, right? Vicky, if I believe you and Cozy will be taking that over, and I'm super pumped to be watching it because of, like you mentioned, that rematch between Envy and FlyQuest is palpable. But that does mean Rad get top 3 in their group, meaning that they're going to be that 3rd seed, right? They're going to be up either against, I believe, in Sentinels or Sentinels or 100 Thieves. It depends on who gets 2nd place, or Sentinels, Dark Zero, or 100 Thieves. Depends on who is going to get 2nd place in Group B. And then we get to really kind of learn, right, that this group stages, Vicky, is, sometimes we're like, okay, this one side must have been way stronger than the other side. And then, for example, like we saw last time, I mean, Sentinels was able to get that #1 seed previously, or at least win the entire thing in the mid-season. So huge work from them this time around. Envy to get that 2nd seed minimum. We're going to talk to Speedery in the interview at the current moment from Team Envy. And I have a few questions actually to ask you, Mr. Speed. What's up? First of all, how you doing? I mean, at 3-0, that's pretty good. Pretty good for you, Speedily.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, and then looking forward to the finals tomorrow.
I have a question for you, Speedly, as we start off this interview. A lot of people are wondering, like there's people that say you are the best duelist in the world, or at least in North America, right? One of the best players in the game in Marvel Rivals. In your own words, if you were to see yourself that way, I know that you don't have an ego. What would you say about yourself? Why are you the best player in the world? What would your case be for Speedily being the #1 player in the entire world?
I mean, I think I just work harder than most people, and that's like really what it comes down to at the end of the day. Just grinding every single day, taking no days off, not making excuses, just stuff like that.
You're in your element, man. You're locked in, and it looked like it too. You and the rest of your team. I have one question before going into my second real question, though. Why did you guys bend Penny in Central Park?
Well, I think we've seen that team play the Penny, and they're actually really good at it, especially on that first point where you can have like the Rocket team up and have like 2 nests down, and it's like a really small point, and it's really annoying. So we just decided like we don't really want to deal with any of that. Let's just get it out of here.
Okay. Now my second real question, though, I'm curious. Without revealing too much, looking at your matchup with with FlyQuest coming up next, are you guys feeling pretty confident with the adjustments that you've had to make going into that next upcoming series? I know you guys were looking forward to getting the run back, but do you feel like FlyQuest, with everybody talking about it recently, is the best team in Americas, or are you guys looking to claim that title once again?
Well, yeah, FlyQuest are a really good team, obviously, but yeah, we're always confident. So no matter who our opponent is, we'll always be confident. So yeah, we're all looking forward to the match tomorrow.
Good stuff, Mr. Speed. And, for you guys in general for the series, right, against Rad, who look to be, improved from the last stage coming into this one. For you guys, I think there was a lot more expectations, and I know that we've talked about, I'm sure, narrative a lot with you in general, but for you specifically and for your team in general, what does it feel like to kind of have that pressure of being, that number one seed, now that you guys kind of are the best team, or were the best team coming into it from, the midseason, the best team to at least placement wise for midseason? Did that sort of add any extra expectations for you? Did that really commit, you more to the grind almost? Like, were you more motivated to come back for this stage? What's your sort of thought process in terms of your practice and stuff coming into this season with all of the expectations that Team Envy has?
I mean, yeah, of course, like after the midseason, we finished second, obviously. So like we all want it like more than ever now. So yeah, we're all going to be working like twice as hard as we were back in China.
Oh, that makes sense. 100%. Well, Speed, let's just give you one more thing. You want to shout out anything or any last things you would like to say before, you're going to go rest, you're going to prepare for your match tomorrow?
Yeah, just like shout out to all my teammates. I love them all. I love playing with them. So yeah, just shout out to my team.
Nice. I'll take that. Appreciate it, Speed. Thanks for coming by, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Speed from Team Envy, and Vicky, obviously, that was an incredible series. I like to hear out of his mouth, why he's the best player in the world, because, a lot of people will say it, but, it's hard to really put into words, and I think he put it best, right? The motivation, the practice, the preparation, because, talent really only carries you so far, as we just saw.
Literally all the drive, right? Just looking at his background alone, you could already tell that man lives and breathes a game, so a hella respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take back a look at the bracket 2 from that win. That puts Envy in the finals, like you mentioned. Get that rematch versus FlyQuest. And that's sort of something we've seen consistently throughout the history of Rivals Ignite. And now in stage 2, we get to see it again, Vicky, the rematch between FlyQuest and Envy.
I cannot wait to cover that. That is going to be a banger, especially because these are the two top teams that everyone has their eyes on. Which of these teams will come out on top? Despite FlyQuest winning previously earlier on in the bracket, once again, we kind of highlighted it. A lot of these teams were kind of figuring out where they slotted in with the current meta, and I think Envy has already displayed the reason how they've even got to the point where they've gotten already, that they've kind of figured it out.
Yeah, they figured it out indeed. And at the current moment, I mean, they look really, really solid. Very, very good indeed. And I believe another thing that looks good is that that new skin that just hit the lobby, hit the in-game servers. Emma Frost's new cyberware is looking beautiful with the Hellfire Protocol skin. You've seen the ads in the breaks, and I mean, this is a damn beautiful skin.
Oh, yeah.
All the VFX and everything alongside it.
Yeah, the nameplate animation too. I copped that frame 1, by the way. Like, I had to. I was not letting that pass me by. You guys can catch it now yourselves. It is now available. Just came out literally yesterday.
Ooh, I love it. Here to stay, hopefully. I mean, not that skins get removed or anything like that. Not that that would ever happen. Please never remove skins, netties. But yeah, I mean, that did just come out. Obviously, we'll have to cop it. We have more skins, obviously, that you are aware of, I'm sure, but we'll go over those later. In the meantime, an incredible match coming up soon, Vicky. Sentinels versus Dark Zero is about to happen in just a bit. And, well, I mean, it's another series that I think this one should be theoretically closer. I thought Rad might have even improved enough to level up and beat Team Envy. Obviously they didn't, but in this case I think we can all agree Sentinels and Dark Zero should be a theoretical banger. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that series in just a bit.
crush. Priceless. Feel presence.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky. We are now in our second match of our second stage between Sentinels and Dark Zero. And, you know, the last series was a 3-0 Vicky, but, you know, this one, I think it could go either way.
Oh, yeah, I got this going. I mean, to be honest, I did expect the other one to go pretty far, too. But this one, I could also expect, I don't want to jinx it, but I do expect this one to go the distance. You know how the caster curses work, man. Sometimes it's a double-edged sword here, but this is a series that I've been looking forward to since the beginning, before we even called out this bracket, before we even saw it, because it was going to be inevitable, and now we are here.
Oh, yeah, we're here. I mean, this is going to be an intense matchup for seeding, first of all, but because that really does matter. I mean, like, where you place potentially after this, right, to even be top 2, that means you're going to be going up against the theoretical weaker side of their group. But, you know, Sentinels and Dark Zero, this is a team that's quite interesting, Vicky, because, you know, it feels like they are similar, and that's because they are. I mean, we formerly had Sentinels rosters change over, 2 of them, with both Rymazing and Kurova, and we'll talk about that more later. But with the Dark Zero roster, it's a completely new look for them, and they look like that new roster is starting to gel together a lot better.
Yeah, you talk about Rymazing, you talk about, well, Super Gomez is not here, but Super Gomez, you know, was part of that roster for Sentinels originally there. Kurova now being back now on Dark Zero together with Rymazing, and a new introduction to Dark Zero in general, right? Smash being the only player that has been retained in that roster, and it's time for some revenge if you're Rymazing and Kurova. And if you feel like you haven't had enough of the torch taste up on your screen, don't worry, you'll get enough of it this time around probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, unless something happens in the ban phase. But, yeah, for both Rymazing and Kurova, it was interesting after the midseason. I mean, the whole team, really. I mean, everybody obviously is dealing with that issue of, you know, roster mania after a big tournament, right, Vicky? You're well aware of what happens in those sort of situations. And for this team, I mean, that was the sort of interesting part, is that like everybody was obviously sad that they didn't like win their matches, but they had a tough group, right? They had tough matchups first of all, and then, you know, unfortunately went out of the midseason and had to make changes. In this case, Korova and Rymazing both leaving alongside Super Gomez was some of those changes.
Yeah, you and Chip got to talk to Korova in one of the interviews, I believe, right? And I believe Korova was talking about the dynamic of the Dark Zero team, and something that he noted that I really like is how they hold each other accountable, right? They have no issue flaming each other if they feel like there is something that's been going on, but it's all good banter. It's very healthy environment for this entire team, and it's a different look that what he's used to right now, which I think is the key word with the way that Korova and the rest of Dark Zero in general, right, of having to find that cohesion that we also noted could be very difficult earlier on in these brackets when you're trying to figure out the meta on top of it all. That's really good footing that they have right now.
Yeah, they're looking better every week, but we'll see how they do versus a roster in Sentinels and a storied organization, at least in Marvel Rivals Esports. They've been around for a while, since even, you know, the first War of the Realms when they were under Nightmare, right? So this roster really has picked up some new talent and tries to form around that, right? They've recently picked up Avery and Renko. You know, they're both experienced players. Also Techie picking up Avery, you know, on the roster too. Same thing with Nectar. Aramori really being the only one that was, you know, on the roster back in the beta of the game. Crimzo obviously is also one of those OGs of the team, but it's a completely new roster, and it's very interesting when we talk about, because I mean, this team originally, when it had Hogs, when it had, you know, Gaslit and stuff, I remember it back in the day. This team was like one of those, like, you know, we're friends, we're watching all the Marvel movies together and stuff, and I don't know, at least from the outside looking in, it's a little bit sad to like watch them sort of fall apart, right?
I don't know if it's because I'm desensitized because of how like volatile other games like Roster Mania it is, but this is so like common, unfortunately. But it's at the end of the day a job, and these players need to do what they need to do to get the dub. Like, it's all about getting that win, and Sentinels having to rework that a little bit, but still keeping the core feeling and vibe of being a family. Because I still get that vibe looking at Sentinels, which is great, because I wonder how things happen behind closed doors when they are trying to analyze and figure out what they need to do differently, right? Crimzo leading the way for that team. I'm starting to see changes from this team too, where they found flaws within earlier in the bracket, despite where their placement is currently right now, and what they need to do differently. Kind of, it's been the same type of game there for a lot of teams, but Sentinels, I feel like Crimzo being in that driver's seat with the rest of this team, incorporating these two new members in the team, has kind of been seamless, because also Crimzo's a veteran and has so much experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And then picking up McGravy, too, more veterancy on the roster. 100 Thieves, a team that beat them, kind of similar spot. But taking a look at Sentinels, right, this team, it's interesting. Like you said, they have some humps to kind of go over. It's like the same problem Dark Zero sort of had, except, you know, like they've been around for a bit, like we've seen before. And, you know, with this team, with Sentinels, they sort of, you know, made these changes, not as a last-ditch effort necessarily, but it just feels like tournament after tournament, they're sort of trying to, you know, come back from, you know, potential changes in the past and stuff, which is very interesting for like a team like 100 Thieves, who really haven't had to do that before.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And now you come out of what happens yesterday with your look, when you're looking at Sentinels and their previous series against 100 Thieves, and what have you learned? Well, the torch was a problem that went unbanned, by the way, but it was a best of 3. We have to highlight, going into a best of 5 territory, there's a lot more room, a lot more bans and locks to just protect some of these teams, but also to find that adjustment that you need in case you feel like one specific hero is giving you a hard time.
And at the moment, I mean, really, Sentinels struggle. We've seen on Convoy and Convergence, right? Even they can do, you know, not that well on these sort of maps that are a little bit more focused on team play, on, you know, dealing with those, you know, torch comps, for example, for 100 Thieves that you saw yesterday. So for this team, for the side of Sentinels, we'll see how they can adapt to a team in Dark Zero who, you know, like they definitely are familiar with them, right? I mean, we know Korova, we know Rymazing, we know the whole roster too, formerly Team Magnets as well, for the team roster of Dark Zero. So it's not just these two, but regardless, I mean, it should be a very fun matchup, because we actually haven't had it yet either. That's the coolest thing, is that, well, the sad part for Dark Zero is they lost to Nemesis early on, have had to work their way back to that lower bracket, similar to a run that FlyQuest were on, Vicky, in stage 1. For Sentinels, they only lost to 100 Thieves, but this is the matchup I think we've all been wanting to see for weeks.
Yeah, and even in the interview that we had with Dark Zero yesterday, Kurova, I believe, was the one that was talking to us, and just being able to talk about what you need to do differently too, and what they've been able to readjust. It's been nice. It's refreshing, but now we're diving into the action. We finally have our series on our hands here, Dogman. Sentinels versus Dark Zero. You talk about knowing a lot of these players, and if you come from a former team, you have to consider, does this act as a double-edged sword when you know already how the IGL and comms are sounding?
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to definitely bring some interesting points. Like, they could overthink it. Like, that in the draft, I mean, there's help there. Like Crimzo has said, he's had help from Avery, who Avery, by the way, is in control of the draft. Captain on his side for Velocity. He is the sort of draft captain in his case, but maybe Crimzo's passed the keys off to Avery too. So that'd be an interesting choice, considering we've heard about Avery's leadership and stuff. And is interesting as like a rookie to this team too. He's really sort of taken charge in a team where he kind of needs to.
Highlights how they've been able to find that synergy together, work off of what they need to as the Ultron gets saved from both of these teams. No Invisiwoman though. Sentinels targeting that strategist lineup, as the Mantis has always been that first pick that is banned.
I like that first ban phase, usually targeting these strats in the entire series, but Venom chosen as that fourth ban for Sentinels, not wanting to play against that Jeff Venom tandem, that combination with the healing output as well as the team up from Jeff alongside Venom. Meanwhile, they get the Invisiwoman on their own side alongside that Ultron to keep them healthy in the sky, and Torch is still getting through for both teams at the current moment.
Something that AMER is going to be able to thrive off of here, but with the little demon Jeffrey being protected from the other side, as Sentinels cannot play it within their own advantage. We are moving on to KCOA, as we always start on domination, but that's something to highlight here, as Jeff, as we've seen already before, could come in clutch in those domination maps, but it's the Ultron and the Invisiwoman that is saved here, as Sentinels want to be able to make sure that backline is sustained.
It makes sense. I feel like for Sentinels, when I watched back their game versus 100 Thieves, that you and Cozy casted, I feel like the overall feeling I got from it was like, damn, they just can't keep their backline alive. Like, every time in the sky, whenever Sentinels were trying to, play Jeff comp and stuff, which they fortunately in their case don't have to because it was banned, but they just really struggled at keeping people alive against the Torch. At least they don't have to play against it on their own on their own angle. But regardless, that's going to be a difficult problem for them. However, like we saw earlier, they're pretty solid on domination, right, Vicky?
Yeah, they're very strong here. And so being on domination, seeing how they're going to be able to work this into their strength. This is the X-Team Showdown, the revenge game, maybe the grudge match here, as we get this going on KCOA. And remember when we were talking about Oracle earlier before? You see how big that tree is, man? I was like, how? But you know what? We get to navigate around this map, and I love it. It's one of my favorite maps personally here in Marvel Rivals. And as we get started, too, with our final series of the day, once again, for those of you guys tuning in at home, thank you so much. It is best of 5 though here in the Americas region, and these are two teams that we've been looking forward and seeing as we get started through the gates.
This is the most anticipated matchup, at least for me personally, and I'm sure for you as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you're wondering, just to reiterate it again, I mean, we bring it up every broadcast, obviously, but Smash is a roller player. He's on the sticks, on the controller. Not sure which one exactly he is. You'd have to go to his Twitch channel and, do exclamation point settings or whatever he does. But oh my God, off the rip, going in aggressively with this composition with the Star-Lord alongside the drone on top of him, and the speed boost from the Jeff just goes in with the blaster barrage. Avery's already gone.
Yeah, when you let it rip like a Beyblade sometimes, it doesn't matter what output you're playing on out here, because Smash is a very reliable duelist for Dark Zero. I feel like he's also very much stepped it out as,
yeah, Avery also portaled too.
Yeah. That's why he swapped off.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to come back and maybe try to clutch up too, and it makes sense to use it early, I guess, because if you do overtime and if you flip it back and forth, it's what, like 175, 180 down. So you'll get it up eventually, right? But now Sentinels, they switch comps, looks like. In general, they're going to go over to the group.
Crimson Group, we've seen this time and time again too, as Aramori slowly trying to approach alongside that of Nectar, but looking at Dark Zero and the ult economy that they're about to have, right? Amazing. With that extermination is something to highlight, and there's already 2 members of Dark Zero trying to take a flanking position. It is Kurova. By the way, Kurova flank Jeff was also something else to look out for in yesterday's series.
Absolutely. Great point, Vicky. And now they're going aggressive with the Ultron's Rage. keeping everybody alive. Portal away from Aramori to barely live. Impunity eventually chases her down, though. And she was close to that invisible boundary. So it's a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, in the sky, Smash committing the ultimate. But if the Jeff heals and the Luna, or it was enough to keep Madara alive on Dark Zero's side until eventually falls. And Renko's ult runs out. Eventually, here comes the Strangling Prison. Catches out Smash. Just one for that Strangling Prison. But it's scrappy. It's back and forth at the current moment. Dark Zero still want to control the point.
And Avery playing incredibly aggressive there too. He used the Extermination just for an aggressive push, as well as Renko had to use up that sustainability with the Fate of Both Worlds. And Nectar is cleaning up whatever is left right now of Dark Zero. Can't catch Kurova just yet in that slippery shark. But with Techie finding Madara, the number advantage goes in favor for Sentinels.
And he's trying to kind of just... Or they're trying to kind of create some space on the backside, at least flip the point. Yeah, Madara came in with the portal to stall it out, so that means Dark Zero's portal was used. But regardless, yeah, building up to 87% on the board in Sentinels. They get it done, at least for now, to keep that point. But Dark Zero, they built up some percentage to go on their attack and, you know, do have a composition to sort of play, you know, scrappy. That's kind of why they're on that Rocket, Raccoon, Jeff, and Ultron. There's really not a single target you can maybe KO except Madara, and that's why Madara went down in that previous fight.
Madara having to be careful here, trying to build up into that Sonic Seduction, but creating space with Velocity, having that Sia. This is going to put them in the driver's seat. Dark Zero just shooting blind now with Aramori having that invisible boundary, and Techie is the one that has that Psionic Seduction online, shooting through it, though, with Dark Zero now trying to navigate away, getting out of that line of sight. They don't look behind them because it is Crimzo with the brute hug, Renko with the follow-up. Despite that, though, Smash is still able to find Aramori.
And that is one hero you can't say that Crimzo lacks on is the tree. Groot himself is basically the epitome of Crimzo, or he's the you know, soul of that hero. Avery in the sky, though, with the Ultron's Rage, trying to close out on Dark Zero, push them off for now, in which he does.
Just taking a little book out of the KCOA page right here, just trying to be the best Groot as Sentinels now. With their feet planted on this point and nearing 65%, Kurova does have that Jeff ultimate. Oh, Smash gets annihilated by Techie, but the Kurova ultimate, can he get away with it as he takes out Crimzo and Aramori? Oh no, the double wombo combo between spouses as Kurova is the perpetrator.
That's a screenshot for the old days, for sure. In the sky, though, Nectar finds one. Has the drone, so he can sustain for a little bit. Also, the missed grab from Madara. Rai able to stay alive around the corner. Duck back around. Nectar able to find Velocity, too. So they're working themselves back into it. Sentinels are, even though they lost that duo of Crimzo and Aramori. The portal also back up in time, too. So they did use it originally from Avery, but they still have that cooldown back up because it's gone long enough. And they're sustaining on this objective. No portal for the side of Dark Zero. Sentinels surely get the flip.
Oh my, Avery's on fire, by the way, on this Ultron. We're seeing really impressive, pickoffs, and Techie as well with the follow-ups, as now Sentinels nearing 88%. Dark Zero, they have some ultimates here in the bank to try to recontest.
Those ults are going to really matter, and let's see how Crimzo can connect with this Eye of Agamotto. Madara gets poked low, who is now on Magneto, by the way, to try to keep Kurova alive when he comes in with the HDF. Here comes Impunity. Starts it off with the Freedom Charge. Also, they layer on top of it Velocity's Rocket ult, so the See You Later committed as well. They want to go deep onto Sentinels, but they live. They thought maybe they could take advantage of the fact that they didn't have Shredder's ult just yet, but it's Avery's ult here, and now they have the advantage to come back through on the backside. Everybody pocketing Avery, though, as he goes aggressive. They find Madara, though, on the main, and with him gone, that's a huge pick until the BRB brings it back. That's why they're playing Rocket, for example. Right, Amazing trades back Nectar, Avery as well, and the Impunity. Both of the Ultrons getting huge value in the sky. Crimzo comes back down, bubble in to keep their Jeff alive. Is the pocket enough to keep Kurova off of the map with whoever's in his mouth? He takes down Aramori again. Missed Meteor M from Madara, but he might have created enough space to come back through in the sky with Smash in the air. Galactic Legend gets the bubble as well, and Avery falls to him. But is it enough? Will they find more? Renko goes down. No more Shredded Souls. Crimzo tries to find something with his Eye of Agamotto, but does not. There's no more portal as well to bring Sentinels back into it and help reinforce as Dark Zero claims that point.
Eye of Agamotto went blind real quick, but that was a really elongated fight. They utilized a lot, and that was with Sentinels having the survivability that they had. Invisible Boundary, the Luna Soul Fate of both worlds. They had Avery with the Extermination, and regardless of that, Velocity with the Rocket Ultimate, as well as that BRB, as you mentioned, Dogman, helped them turn that fight.
Yeah, Vicky, I mean, this team is looking so much better. Like, Dark Zero in general, no matter the result, right? Sentinels, too. Like, Sentinels, I think, had a hotter start, right, Vicky? It felt like. I don't know about you, but it did feel like Sentinels, like, started out hot in the tournament. But Dark Zero has been like slowly bringing themselves back up, right? They look like a really good team.
30 seconds.
I 100% agree. Again, that's really what highlights the character development of these teams from the beginning. Dark Zero lost their first series in the group stage versus Nemesis. They have to terrorize that lower bracket just to get here. They literally had to play way more games just to be exactly where Sentinels is. Sentinels had to play 3. Here you had Dark Zero. They had to play against Team Nemesis, YFP, Extinction, Team Nemesis again to win the run back. And that's why they are here. They've made those readjustments, but now with Sentinels, they brought it incredibly close. Dark Zero, we're disrupting their backline.
And we'll see if they keep it up. You mentioned it earlier, but Kurova on Jeff has been a menace. Sentinels, obviously, they don't get to play Jeff because it was banned in the earlier ban phase, and Sentinel's going to keep out with their composition with that Luna Snow and the rest of the comp, but no ults just yet, Vicky, and this is going to be a slower start, it looks like, but the Ultrons you mentioned earlier have been a huge impact.
Keep it going here. Avery's about to have the extermination as Nectar activates the legendary first here. Oh no. They're actually able to get out of the line of sight just temporarily though. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie by the walls, avoiding Nectar and staying alive.
Yeah, but at least they sort of maybe force back that Rocket and the Ultron because they're trying to play for their own lives. They're able to find out Madara, who comes to the portal. Velocity's res brings Amazing back. There's no res on the opposite side. Kurova sure goes down, but the portal's about to come from Madara. Actually, no, he gives up on it. They're stalling it out. Portal not coming from them, and Sentinels actually take the point because of, we said earlier, it was a nice movement from Rai. I mean, he tried to duck around, and he did save his own life, but unfortunately, he lost his main tank.
Yeah, exactly. They were so fixated on trying to stay alive there on the side point. You disrupt the backline even if you don't find a pick, but that's your job here. If you're a Nectar, you're either trying to force out a strategist ultimate very early in these earlier rounds of domination, or you're able to find a pick from the other side of the Vanguards who do not have that support. And he has that extermination too, as Aramori was picked off a little earlier. She'll also have that invisible boundary shortly.
I already know in the comms, I bet too, like Crimson's like, guys, we need to piss off Rai. Like, we need to just make sure he's upset. And now, looks like they are upset, Dark Zero are, as they go in with that Ultron's Rage, and Rai takes it out on the Sentinels and removes Techie and also Avery. Them being removed is huge. Kurova comes in with an itch Jeff too.
Oh, he's having so much fun with this, Jeff. The fact that he constantly gets this impact, by the way, it's incredible. He looks like he's been having a ball from the backline because he's also trying to harass the backline himself as he could get away being on Jeff.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what do you do against it when, you know, you've given them Magneto who can bubble him with that itch Jeff. You've also given them Ultron who can throw the drone on him. It's tough to uproot such an annoying character. As cute as Jeff is, he is definitely annoying in my opinion. But now they walk in and oh no, Renko forced to use ult early. They want to go aggressive now.
Cute but deadly here, but at least using up this ult allows him to try to get back onto the point. Maybe a little too early though, as the Meteor M comes slamming. Oh my, Madara got put in the microwave, burned alive here as he had no sustainability, no support sadly. Smashes the next to go out, and it doesn't look like the Shadow's being able to keep not only Amazing alive, Madara here too. Smash goes out next, and now Sentinels are just walking up for free.
I mean, yeah, that was a block from Crimzo. I didn't even see Crimzo on the screen, but apparently he deflected it and got rid of Madara with his own Meteorette, which is insane.
Oh my.
Kurova, meanwhile, goes down. So off of a phenomenal play from Mr. Captain Canada in this case, because Crimzo is Canadian, smash in the sky. Trying to bring it back, but I mean, Dark Zero's trying to stall out. This is what they did in the last point, it seems like, Vicky. Just make sure, even though it's scrappy and doesn't look pretty, as long as you get that tickage, it's worth it.
And trying to fight for it there, but what the stall is in favor of Dark Zero getting that progress here as a finishing blow comes out once again from Nectar. Amazing Kurova haven't really been able to re-sustain after the last two fights here. Now Sentinels get to finally reclaim this point, and they didn't have to utilize everything. Crimson still has that freedom charge. Avery with the extermination.
That's a great point. They have those available for the upcoming fight. Sentinels luckily able to kind of close out though, right? Made sure that at least the people trying to anchor the point and sort of flip it back and forth were eventually dealt with. And this is a back and forth brawl between two incredibly close teams. It seems like, at least on the first map on KCOA, and it's, you know, showing up to be exactly everything we were hoping this game was going to be. And aggressive plays now coming through. Sentinels are aware of it. Go under Amazing into the sky with the Ultron's Rage, who gets the bubble. So great peel onto him. Here comes that is Jeff from Korova, who doesn't have the bubble on his backside because it was just used. Oh my god, gets deleted by Avery because of all the resources, but he's able to take Renko at least.
At least takes out Renko after you just were able to find 2 of the strategists. Is a W here if you're Aramori being able to get away. And then the respawn 2 onto Korova thanks to Velocity having that BRB. They walk back up and they're able to flip the point while Techie was on the very edge of that point trying to stall.
Yeah, but at least to keep everybody alive. They commit also invisible boundary here from Aramori. Meteor M just yeets back into the back line. Here comes into the sky with the Galactic Legend. Nectar met with that Rocket Raccoon. See you later. They delete it eventually. And Rye in the sky. Can he get away? He's done it before, but is the pressure put out onto the back line enough to keep Impunity out of the fight? No, it's not, because Impunity trades back 1, but Nectar has been massive. Portal back and forth. Chasing down the Rocket Raccoon. Does he get the health pack? Though back up on the other side. The cooldown off. Nectar, can he find the elimination with the Blaster Barrage? Does not. Velocity with 1 HP eventually goes down. Smash from the backside, though. Can he find the eliminations? The peel has been too good for Sentinels this map. Techie's able to take down Impunity. Portal's here from Aramori late.
Velocity fighting for his life back there. Overtime ticking away as Aramori portals everybody back to contest now. At Dark Zero, they're down in numbers. Lost out on Impunity. They've lost out on Smash. Crimzo leading the way here, but it is Nectar in the driver's seat to set up Sentinels for success.
Beautiful round from Sentinels, and this is what we talked about. Dark Zero looking good on the previous map, figuring out what they needed to work on last week. You know, this week looking very coordinated on their dives and their aggression, right? But now, this time, Sentinels, what they needed to work on was peeling backline. What we saw yesterday, keeping, you know, the backline alive. Renko keeping Aramori alive, making sure they're healthy. And they did it so well on that map, keeping Aramori and Renko healthy alongside Avery. Huge work from the Vanguard line and strategists. More importantly, Nectar, like you said, doing so much work, taking down basically everybody by himself.
Literally, like, although you see the 10 final hits right there, Avery in that first round also was able to put things down and also start off really well on that second round, and also now has that extermination going into this third round, something else that Avery had in that second round too.
We'll see on this next map what the change is, and comp-wise, it's going to be nothing, Vicky, at the meantime. It's just, you know, keep it steady, right? Make sure that, you know, you use your ultimates at the right time. Ultron's Rage has been big for Rymazing. We saw in that last fight, I mean, Rymazing was going so aggressive, had to get bubble out of it, but it cost Korova his life because he was not able to go in with that It's Jeff. And Sentinels now, meanwhile, they get that first sort of point control where Dark Zero take that rotate all the way around.
It's been just enough here as Crimzo also has that freedom charge. Rymazing has a sustainability, and Korova could do Korova shenanigans with the It's Jeff. Before Sentinels now make their way onto the point first, are ready to start things off. There goes that extermination, but Smash finding Avery first is even bigger, as Avery will not have that same sustain to keep Sentinels up, and then Korova just goes in for a follow-up. It's a buffet here, as it is 3 members off from the table here between Crimzo, Aramor, and Renko.
Yeah, might as well jump in the pit too, Nectar, while you're at it. Huge Jeff ult by Korova. Rest in Poppy in the spike pit is the side of Sentinels.
FFF. Oh, man. I love that little flyby. Shout out to production, by the way, having a giggle at that too. But Korova definitely having a good time here, but they have to lock in 1-1 apiece with Sentinels having Avery now coming back with that extermination as well as he was unable to use it before.
That's a good point. We'll see how it pans out for Sentinels. We've seen how important, oh my goodness, the tracking from Nectar there. Forcing Rymazing to fall back. No more cooldowns to keep himself alive. But they do have the BRB shortly to bring him back. And there he is. Back in the fight. Meteor M from Madara. Can it connect this time around? It does. Sort of onto Crimzo's shield. At least breaks in the meantime. And also, nobody can deal with this Rocket ult. That's the tough part of these Star-Lord comps. They actually don't really deal with Rocket ult all that well. But eventually it goes down. Avery in the sky. Trying to find something with Ultron Rage, at least force back these strategists, maybe find Impunity, find some in the front line, but that freedom charge negated it for the meantime. In the meantime, here comes Smash in the sky. Eventually, they do lose a Vanguard. Madara, again, has been a target for Sentinels to focus on, especially since they do have that Emma Frost advantage, and they're taking full advantage of it. Fully charged Emma Frost towards the point. Dark Zero have nothing in terms of ultimate charge just yet. They're just trying to fight for their lives back here.
Yeah, and with Korova going down too, it was just basically leaning into Rymazing, wanting to build into that Ultron Rage here as Sentinels now down 4 of these members. Dark Zero, Madara having that Doctor Strange portals right back in, but with the invisible boundary met at the hands of Aramori, Techie's able to shut down Rymazing before he could even fully utilize that Ultron ultimate here. They're keeping each other alive, but it's portal play for portal play as Avery's bringing everybody back into rather Dark Zero coming in together with Sentinels.
I think that was Rymazing accidentally going through the portal on the opposite side. Smash trades back Aramori. And it's just Some stall out from the side of Dark Zero now, and Smash still finds another one. Holy crap. That controller aim assist is no joke, but at the current moment, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the scariest targets, I don't know about you, Vicky, but the scariest targets to deal with for me, at least, is like a fully charged Emma Frost on point, and these Star-Lords. Blaster barrage has been disgusting.
It's so scary, especially when you know the Emma Frost is just eating for free. It has 100% damage output here, but with the slight stall, you know, you get right back down to 0. You have to boost it back up again. And Crimzo, with the survivability that Crimzo has the Freedom Charge ready to go on the Captain America. He's also trying to eye out Madara, who wants to get that Meteor M, as the impact hasn't necessarily been all there with Crimzo having him in his eyes.
And Crimzo is being focused for now, at least. Same thing with Tenki. Sonic Seduction. Does it connect onto anybody? Knows the bubble is there. Just forces cooldowns out at the very least, but does the follow-up from Sentinels there at all? Yes, it is. In fact, they deal with impunity, but the res brings him back. BRB advantage has been so big. And also, here's that Rocket Raccoon. With that, see you later towards the point. They find Teki, too, removing him. Teki's res, though, with another BRB. Also, the Meteor M not connecting from Madara on the backside. Crimzo keeps his team healthy, but here's a huge ultimate committed by Kurova. Does he find anything? He finds the Captain America into the sky, though. Both of these Star-Lords, Galactic Legends, aim assist. Doesn't matter at that point because your character's ultimate is an aimbot, and Nectar on his backside takes down his counterpart. Then also, Rymazing, so huge work from Nectar. Sentinel's still in control at that point. They stave off Dark Zero for now.
Nectar timing his ultimates in such a lovely way too, knowing Dark Zero really didn't have anything to help survive through that legendary, and now it's just the one last straggler being Impunity, running for his life on the Captain America so that way the stacker does not come out.
I mean, huge work, and ultimates now in their edge. We're entering 90% of the board. Dark Zero, they could lose it here and now. I mean, no ultimates. How do they get it done? Is it a dive from Impunity with Smash? How do they make it work? We'll find out in a moment. I mean, somebody's got a touch too. So many things you have to worry about. Is the Jeff there? 98. Here comes the Cap to touch. Cooldown used to dash to that point. But now you know that Cap is just there to kind of anchor. Can Sentinels take advantage of it?
Now the rest of Dark Zero now moving in. You talk about Tom Nook coming to collect his money. It's Aramori being on that rocket, and with that, see ya. Avery gets a follow-up. Renko gets Impunity, and they're dropping like flies with Sentinels moving rent-free on this point.
Huge map from Sentinels. A comeback there too. KCOA goes the way of them. What a series we have on our hands, folks, as Sentinels take game number 1 in this best out of 5, sorry, as we, enter the end of the group stages. And not only is it for seeding, but it's also, like you mentioned earlier, a revenge game for Dark Zero, not on the roster anymore, leaving to that separate team entirely and being replaced by 2 young guns. And Sentinels, at the moment, I mean, they've made their first message, the message being, we have the better roster.
Yeah, you look at Nectar and the impact Nectar had alone. Teki, the damage output on that Emma Frost. Crimzo just nailing down that Magneto too with the Meteor M's and having that Freedom Charge ready to go to help stall out. It was back and forth a lot, very scrappy, but even with these game-breaking plays that we currently saw from Kurova trying to isolate some of the strategists, you have to remember, when Jeff is off the table, that's another one of your own respective strategists that are also not there to help you out. So if you don't get to cycle through those strategist ultimates and there's Sentinels still able to put in a lot of oppressive damage, it can be a little tricky to try to restabilize from that too.
Yeah, absolutely. And an incredible series back and forth between both sides, but it is interesting how, like, kind of, hero pool wise, we're seeing some things change for Dark Zero. I mean, I'm not going to say Smash was the wrong choice to play Star-Lord there, but it's also like Rai was always on the back foot, it felt like, right? Like, every time we saw him play Ultron, he was doing, well for sure. But, I mean, Sentinels was making his life absolute, chaotic, right?
Yeah, it was difficult, but Crimzo too, with the way that they were able to keep stalling out that point before Dark Zero had eventually flipped it here, leads the way as the MVP. 35 KOs, 6 going down here too. But looking at overall the way that this team is actually standing up against Dark Zero, Nectar, Teki, the survivability too, and the damage output that we had Avery on, being on that Ultron, 16 final hits prior to that, having more final hits than what we see right here from Crimzo.
Yeah, I mean, Crimzo was doing so much for this squad on top of that brief deflect, too, with the shield. I mean, incredible work from the captain of Sentinels. And, we'll see if this series goes to a 5-mapper. It has the potential, but Sentinels, I mean, ban phase-wise, it worked out for them. It seems like they gave up that Jeff and took full advantage of Teki on the Emma Frost, right? You mentioned how strong that hero is, and it seemed like there wasn't much that could be done against it.
Yeah, side by side, even just looking at the stats alone, in all honesty, Bright Mazing got diffed being on the Ultron versus Avery. Avery not only had so much more impact in terms of healing, but also the damage output as well as getting those KOs, Dogman.
Avery looking good, but we'll see if game number 2 they can look as solid. It's coming up in a second after this short break.
We are undefeatable!
Sentinels versus Dark Zero is well underway, and we're entering map number 2. Vicky, we are going to a brand new map, and I'll let you intro it because this is the chance maybe for Dark Zero to reverse sweep or to come back in the series to put a point on the board.
Yeah, Dark Zero takes Sentinels to Central Park, and this will be the first time that Sentinels will be playing on Central Park, whereas Dark Zero, I believe they're 1-0 on this map, so trying to get the upper hand here already going into map number 2 to flip the script currently with Sentinels leading the series.
You know, it's going to be interesting to see if Sentinels can maybe actually do something about this, right? Because like you said, it is a new look for them. And, you know, huge shout out to TFG behind the scenes and Patrick keeping that information all for us and, you know, keeping it steady. Because at the moment, yeah, it is interesting that this is going to be Sentinels' first time on it. And Dark Zero, I'm sure, are well studied on it and know that maybe there's something you could do about it here, right? Ban phase wise, we know Crimso's going to play the Groot. What can we do against it for Dark Zero?
Yeah, and the Captain America impact too that we even saw at some points. But going into Central Park, we're going to see a little mix of things here. I'm expecting maybe that triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup to start rolling out. As we usually see, it's not really as much of a tradition when it comes to domination maps, but being able to have that hold, especially on defense. We just saw Central Park against Rad versus Envy, right? And we saw the impact that had, even with some interesting bans. But we got to see what the pick and ban phase is going to look like going next, because obviously Nectar was on another level. full Avery here too on that Ultron? Are we going to have these Ultron bands coming out? Because the verticality and the ability to get out of line of sight utilizing the roofs of this map is really nice. Until you get really to that third point, you could get away with a lot.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. There's so much cover, so much versatility in terms of what comps you can play, especially in Rivals where every flyer is usually constantly flying. And then there's some heroes, like you said, with Star-Lord, who is kind of like a semi-flyer, just with those, rocket packs, always in the sky, dealing with torches. And you mentioned Star-Lord. I mean, that's a character that even some teams are banning out now, at least in those last ban phases. We've seen that Venom ban on the previous one. You said that it maybe could be something here. I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, Venom would be great. I'm not expecting the Mantis to pass through again. Both of these teams were very well aware. Yeah, we're very well aware of getting that out of here. I am interested to see, though, if one of these teams will let the Atom pass. If we're getting a swap up of these different bans, I do believe Sentinels had banned out the Invisible Woman against Dark Zero 2, which also made things a little tricky, right? Because Rymazing, as great as Rymazing has been, whether it be on other flyers or, the Ultron, the Torch, Rymazing definitely didn't have the same impact that Avery had on the Ultron. So looking at what that strategist lineup is going to look like, Kurova's looking like he's having way too much fun on the Jeff. Maybe the Jeff will be out there, or maybe not. Maybe, because considering we are in Central Park, we get to see how that could be disrupted a little bit if we're going to see that Animal Crossing lineup back up, or if we're going to be able to lean into a much more main strategist.
Yeah, I wonder if they will, because it makes sense that Kurova has been so dominant on it, like you said, and also Jeff, on Central Park is crazy and is always something to be worried about. But we're going to enter the series now into that ban phase between Sentinels and Dark Zero. And, going over to this map is the choice of Dark Zero because, we go loser picks. Obviously, the first map on Domination is a random out of any Domination that we have in our pool. And then after that, you can pick between Convoy and Convergence. And then, once that Convergence map, in this case for Central Park, is picked, then we go to Convoy. And if it goes to a map 4, we reset all over again on Domination. So for the side of Sentinels and Dark Zero, they're doing exactly as you said, Vicky, removing both Mantises ASAP.
Get that out of here. But the protection over onto the Ultron is smart here if you are looking at Dark Zero, because if they want to try to work out something different, maybe try to lean into, all right, that first map didn't work out for us, but then the ban on the Atom Warlock retains here for Sentinels, as they do not want Dark Zero to lean into that too, and they're going to try to diff the Ultron after seeing that they had protected it from the other side.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense, especially on this map. We've seen how strong Ultron can be, and you called it earlier. Atom Warlock removed, though, on the backside, so it looks like they're trying to stay with a somewhat typical comp, I guess, right? Because that last map was so close, maybe, right? There's so many things, so many reasons why that could be the case.
Gonna let the torch pass through. Oh, the Captain America being a problem is something Dark Zero has acknowledged here from Sentinels. Crimzo was constantly there and trying to be able to block out the Meteor M's from the Magneto. And if you do want to stick to the Jeff composition, having a Magneto on your team for those bubbles always comes in clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. If the last series was like, I don't know, Blue Jays, Yankees, game 1, this one's looking a lot more like Dodgers versus Phillies. Sorry, baseball heads, had to do something there. But right now, Sentinels protect that Invisible Woman, like you said, and the Torch ban for Dark Zero again. Don't want to play against it, it seems like, this time around. They really have prioritized that ban.
Yeah, if you're going to have the Ultron flying around, the last thing you need is for a reset opportunity with that Torch. Torch equally just as good on Central Park. Home base, I guess, if you want to see it, as Invisible Woman is the next one saved here for both teams.
That is interesting. Yeah, keeping the Sky Lord alive in Ultron, and making sure also more Sky or anti-air or fellow aerial enjoyers are not there, and getting rid of a lot of strategists as Dark Zero's game plan, or rather Sentinel's game plan, onto Dark Zero. And this is something that we've seen against other top teams, and it kind of works out, right? Banning only strategists.
I like this here. Smash is the one hovering over that Ultron here instead of what we had seen prior from Rymazing, who's now on the Namor. They're going to be running out the Hulk and Namor composition, so already changing things up, as I like to see it, as we get started with our second game now going into Central Park.
I see the adaptation from Sentinels to that ban phase, right? And Dark Zero, like you said, that change up maybe over to Hulk and Namor. We've seen Rai also be an incredibly strong Namor in the past as well. I mean, they're pretty much one of the, I guess, most matchups in the history of NA, at least American Marvel Rivals Esports, is you know, Delena versus Ryan Mazing on a lot of the hit scan heroes, and it was eventually transitioned into, you know, okay, Delena's a pretty good Hela, and also Namor, but Rise picked it up pretty well recently as well. Has been one of those top players, and that is an interesting choice, is what to put Smash over to that Ultron. So let's see if it pans out for Dark Zero on their attack, whereas Sentinels, they're going to run that Groot that we talked about earlier.
I like that side by side because it's funny because Zelena also picked up the Ultron, right? So we're kind of seeing that theme proceed here with Ryan Mazing now being on that Namor, making a little swap up with Smash instead, taking control over that Ultron to change things up here. But that's also allowing Ryan Mazing, because Torch isn't banned, so if they have to make swaps, that still is available for them. So the Torch and Ultron are available for Dark Zero, whereas it's not for Sentinels, with Sentinels holding onto this defense already and Nectar being on the Bucky.
Playing it slow at the moment. Nobody really making a move just yet. Dark Zero's comp kind of works like that, right? Where it's this King comp where they play heavily around that Namor. And also the Terror Cape in this case comes in, but the Groot Wall slow it down for now on Sentinel's side, disrupting the push. But right now, Rye is set up on the top side. What can he do with it? Meanwhile, it's Nectar outputting the damage. Madara, he falls through that output from Nectar. You mentioned earlier how good Nectar is, and they're looking phenomenal.
Dude, I want to eat whatever Nectar had for breakfast, because Nectar today, I mean, Nectar's always a very solid duelist, but specifically in this matchup, he is stepping up with the impact that he's had. Last game, 41 and 7, 15 final hits. You combine that together with Mommy Emma having all the damned output she could have, Techie holding that front line. I mean, it's a very brutal and a high damage impact that you have to think about here, but Dark Zero will be able to now make their rotation here with Kurova having that invisible boundary.
I'm going to take a wild guess and assume he ate a peach. Meanwhile, they come in. Ultron's Rage, push back the Dark Zero side, stun up, Impunity. Here comes that ultimate with the whale to stall out, or at least he's yeeted out there, it seems like, for Ryan Mazing into that invisible boundary from Kurova. Playing slow. Every ult pretty much popped in the last fight, besides Renko, who's coming up on his. Same thing with Impunity. Renko builds it up, but they lose Techie in the meanwhile. Can they come back? Impunity has built up the Hulk ult ready to go. If he needs to use it, also disrupt this backline. Make sure nobody's comfortable. However, Bucky does pretty well against Hulk, right? At the moment, it's on me on Ryan Mazing. We've seen it phenomenal. Namor play on this point. Can Rye pop off, though? He's not on the height like we've seen other Namors do. Already forced to use his shift. Portal is here, though, for this defense on Sentinel's side, so they're going to stall it out, even though the picks are being found by Rye.
That was nice. Turning around, making sure Nectar has no opportunity to back away, as now Sentinels, their defense is crumbling right before their feet. That's even with Techie trying to make the comeback after swapping off the Emma Frost over to the Doctor Strange to portal right back around. Used it up earlier, now swaps back towards the Emma Frost, and Dark Zero have a plethora of ultimates in this next upcoming fight.
And with the map unbroken, we'll see this team sort of set up their flanks, right? But on the defensive point, usually this is where we see teams start to get those, first holds. Meanwhile, Dark Zero, they're playing it slow right now with those flanks. Cart's still in their favor, though. Sentinels walk up above it on the bridge side angle. Really just kind of going as a cohesive unit, but Ryan Mazing on the top side. Headshot on Renko. Forcing out the freeze, too, which is interesting. That might impact the game later on. Ultron's Rage as well onto this back line. But again, Sentinel's looking so improved at healing this off instead. Ryan Mazing, though, counterpoint. Giant Trident in the whale in your face.
The Moby Dick coming out now. The Terror Cape to follow. You talk about utilizing that freeze. It gives more room for Impunity to breathe and get aggressive, especially when he has to worry about Nectar here, but he doesn't really have to when Ryan Mazing is literally not getting contested on this bridge.
I mean, I was going to compliment Sentinels how well they kept their backline alive. However, well, they lost Nectar. Tough fight for them, but at least some ults used, right? Like you mentioned, and now Sentinels get to walk in with the few ultimates they have.
Way better this time around since Dark Zero used just a bit of that last fight, and now just focusing with the squid damage here up on the high ground. Once again, uncontested by Ryan Mazing, and now Crimson brings everybody together. They try to get the Wombo combo together with Nectar, but it falls short. The Eternal Bond met with Velocity keeps everybody in Dark Zero alive. They're going to cycle that with Kurova survivability on the Invisible Boundary, and with the Psionic Seduction from Techie trying to turn the tides, it's going to be met Invisible Boundary to Invisible Boundary, looking like a Venn diagram, with Sentinels clearing the floor, taking control of this fight, and wiping out Dark Zero.
You mentioned Techie on the last map, how good he was, and on this one, looking to repeat that performance. And getting those eliminations through both Stratus ults is huge for sure. As we're even in that Ultron's Rage department. I mean, Impunity can go off. We've seen him do it before, too. This was also a recent pickup. More of a not talked about one, I think, with Impunity joining this roster from Shroud X. He's been a big part of this roster for sure, yeah, on Hulk.
Probably the best, honestly, from Shroud Egg. So Dark Zero bringing all the good pieces together, but with Nectar getting a little bit of revenge, he's found Smash in the middle of that extermination. Now, Impunity had gotten the reset, but Nectar is upset, finds the revenge onto Rymazing right afterwards, and now is keeping Sentinels here.
Was he blinded there too? That was an insane shot from the meatball out of the bullet, or out of the gun for Nectar. And now they're trying to string these fights together, Vicky. This is a little bit worrisome for Dark Zero. Back-to-back losses.
This is the part of the second checkpoint, too, that is the most difficult, in my honest opinion. You have the card so close to that checkpoint, but now you're being fully held. You're trying to take to the skies, right? Amazing made the swap over to the torch, trying to stay alive while looking at Avery here, but it's going to be hard when you also have Nectar landing so many of these shots.
Over the top side, here comes Madara with that Sonic Seduction, starting it out really early. Meanwhile, Diamond Former on the backside, trying to do a lot of damage. Rymazing in the sky, trying to pressure out at least some strat ults, but hasn't had the opportunity here in the sky. Avery commits that Ultron's Rage alongside the Meteor M. Can it find the back line? It doesn't. In fact, Crimson goes down. So does Avery. Rymazing, no way shutting down those two members. Both with ultimates, in fact. So Meteor M removed. Ultron's Rage gone. Nothing else for the defensive side of Sentinels. And back to the spawn they go off of incredible torch play.
Bro, Sentinels had the win all economy for the start of that engagement when Madara had opened up with that Silent Seduction. That was insane. Honestly, that Meteor M with the slam down, I was wondering if that one strategist was going to get picked off, being very limited space there. But no, looking at the skies, it was Rymazing who no one was focusing on being on the torch.
And this was what we talked about with Sentinels' problem. We talked about at the very beginning, Vicky, you and I, with Sentinels struggling versus Torch players, right? We've seen that yesterday as well versus 100 Thieves. We'll see if that narrative continues, though. Here comes an ultimate from the backside of Renko, but at the moment, Dark Zero's made it very far. I mean, even today, we haven't seen teams even make it out of second phase of the map. Crimzo falls, though. That's a terrible pick. Nectar soon to follow. And with that Sonic Seduction, that ends this fight right out.
You let Rymazing have the torch in Central Park, and nonetheless, again, something that Sentinels cannot pull out. But Nectar making the swap over to the Star-Lord, and Dark Zero with less than 50 seconds on the clock are looking to hold this space and keep this aggression up.
Ult's ready to go. Smash on the top side with the Ultron's Rage. Truly going to dive in with Impunity and Rye. How does Sentinels recover from this? They have no ult. Coming on the Ultron's Rage. Is that going to be enough to keep them alive? Smash in the sky with his own. Forcing them back into spawn. Ultron's Rage is here, but has to touch cart. Somebody has to. It's going to be Nectar. Avery taking so much damage with the Snowflake. Can he be kept alive? The healing is good. Grimzo's back with a BRB2. But do they have enough people to even stall it out? Techie coming up with that ultimate in a moment. Bubble onto Avery. Somehow keeping him alive is the back line. But then they lose that back line. Renko and Armory immediately fall. And with that torch burning bright in the sky, Sentinels really are trying to rely on Nectar and Avery, the newcomers. They find two, they find three. Are you kidding me? Nectar, you absolute god! Saving Sentinels potentially here as net velocity. He finds one at the very least, but can they find more? Techie on the velocities. The newcomers of Sentinels get it done in overtime. Portal is going to come, but is it going to be too late? Overtime about to tick down. They don't make it through. Dark Zero gets stopped.
Are you kidding me? The Magneto bubble into the Star-Lord. Oh, that was crazy turnaround. Literally, what we just witnessed from Sentinels there in the second checkpoint just happened to Dark Zero when they were less than 1 meter away from the finish line.
Oh my God. Whew. I didn't know how Sentinels would come back. Genuinely 1% win condition there, Vicky, wasn't it? Like, that is crazy. How do you even do that? How do you come back from that? I mean, huge ultimate plays from Nectar, obviously, and Avery. I mean, what more can you say about those two?
Nectar is juiced up, man. He's juiced. He is juiced on this team, and all the pieces of Sentinels are helping him be enabled to pop off.
Yeah.
12-5 thus far, but remember, they were holding Dark Zero earlier on before that second checkpoint prior to that, and still, Dark Zero had a good amount of momentum. Moving forward, though, Aramori having to be a little careful here now, making the swap-ups that we're currently seeing before they start things off on the attack. But even better, looking at Dark Zero, looking at Rymazing, making that swap-up to the Torch. Obviously, the Hulk and then the Moore, yeah, they were getting those crucial picks there when they were trying to push on the attack, even taking flanking routes, but that torch was scary.
Right, and that leads us to the current board state almost of this rivals match. It's that for as good as Nectar's hero play was alongside Avery in that hold from Sentinels, they still almost you know, had the entire map capped on them. And, you know, even today we've seen first point holds, and especially like you mentioned, that torch. I mean, can they overcome it? Sentinels at the current moment. And it looks like they're trying to do it through the Bucky of Nectar again.
Oh my gosh. So what do you call it? Meatball shots? Because that's literally what it looks like.
It's crazy.
When he's hitting each and every single. Look at back to back. And the focus, the split focus right now too. This is so important to highlight if you're trying to grow as a player, because you're not giving up space, you're not giving up pressure, but you're also helping peeling for your backline too.
Unfortunately for Bucky, I mean, so much utility in that character now. Can send Rymazing down to the ground with his ease, also with that bionic hook, trying to go for something, gets pulled in by that force physics on the opposite side. But nothing happens just yet. This is kind of how these teams played right now. Stratus holds built right now. Avery comes in with that Ultron's Rage. Dark Zero coming up on their own. Almost. Smash is so close. They're forced to use their greens, the regain domain, but no, they stay alive. They build up that Ultron's Rage on the top side. Rye's also very aggressive now. Everybody's caught out now, or at least Avery on that opposite side. Rye finds two. In the sky on torch.
Yeah, and with the invisible boundary called in from Aramori, Rymazing just got away with putting out not only so much pressure, but basically wasting up that invisible boundary, right? It wasn't going to really help out with the sustained long term to get any sort of progress on that point. We're lacking in numbers already, so now that's one Shredder's ultimate that they will not have for this next upcoming fight.
And for some reason, mentally, I saw Avery go down on Sentinels, and I thought it was Rymazing, you know, just because he was on Sentinels for so long. Not to rub salt in the wound to sorry Sentinels fans about that transition today. Dark Zero are trying to make it smooth, though, with 2 minutes left to go. They have that Strangling Prison ready to go, but Sentinels, you know, off 2 minutes off the clock. That definitely digs into you mentally.
Oh, Fear Magneto. Meter Ram gets blown up in his hands. Can't even send it out here. Techie now having to reset, and Rymazing can't get away in time. Techie, he's like, all right, it didn't hit you in the head, but it's fine. At least this projectile can, and they do get the trade-off, though, because Smash is able to find Nectar, despite these strategist ultimates that are being called in. Invisible Boundary from Korova, bringing everyone together is going to be Crimzo, though, and that's after Renko had also used up the Fate of both worlds to allow Sentinels to move up.
Yeah, I just got distracted in that fight as eventually Dark Zero get it done. Despite losing Rymazing, that ragdoll was just so funny. He just, like, got KO'd, smacks into the pillar. It's always Rye on this map, too. It's like Central Park. He gets kidnapped by Terra. A little bit of a Baby Rage moment. I mean, you remember that, too, from Stage 1?
I remember. That was hilarious. The ragdoll effects is always some of my favorites when it comes to games like this as well. And Sentinels, some of their favorites is going to be that Ultron ultimate too, right? Avery had so much impact prior with this Ultron. Aramori taking a good amount of damage. She will be fine though, as Nectar also has that Star-Lord legendary here. Nothing sweet about this gameplay here. That's why they call him Nectar though, as he's going to be able to push it down onto Impunity. Madara gets stunned temporarily, and Korova gets also frozen by Renko.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice pick off, but at the meantime, they're going to rely on Nectar, you mentioned. Them earlier, 48 seconds left to go. Into the inside, finds one, finds two. The follow-up there, and this is what we saw at the end of their defense. But can they keep it up? The portal is here. Rymazing goes through it just to live back into the spawn. Nectar trying to find them with the Blaster Barrage. The movement's good, but Impunity falls again. And that happened before. Also the body block, too, so nobody could touch the point. Nice work from Sentinels.
That was so close too. They like just were able to escape out of the mouth of that portal right when Sentinels were able to claim that point. And now the payload's going to start moving. And Dark Zero, looking at where their position is going to be on the defense here, Sentinels are already getting into the position to control more of that space.
Well versed in the body block for sure is a lot of these incredibly talented players. Ryan the Sky though gets those right-handed peaks this time that he didn't get on offense, right? So in the meantime, Dark Zero trying to fight for that space, make sure that they can maybe set up Nectar to go aggressive. Supernova available, pops it. Takes a lot of damage, has to fall back though. Nice work from Nectar to pressure out that torch, stave off at least some of the damage of that Supernova.
Sentinels still having these 4 ultimates ready to go, nearing 5 with the Fate of both worlds from Renko though. And finding Smash! The man's not missing, he's dripping with confidence, living up to the name once again, but trying to avoid the Sonic Seduction. He gets cowed by it, but is able to still get into the safety of the invisible boundary first.
And they're still walking up 2 off of that. Here comes the Ultron's Rage. Follow-up is there. Korova way too late with this invisible boundary, unfortunately. They're going to stall out for sure at the very least for that car. It's only 2 members, though, just Korova and his Vanguard in Madara. They'll have ults at the very least, but it's a tough pill to swallow, losing him there and that ult.
Nectar still getting these crucial picks here too in the sky. Nobody is safe. Dark Zero, though, with Smash going down first early in that previous fight, will be able to have the Extermination coming in. Velocity making that swap up too, having that Loki. Could get that God of Mischief online just to allow Dark Zero to control more space, because with Sentinels trying to match that with Renko having the fit of both worlds, they're pushing all the way up.
They are. Unfortunately not aggressive enough, though, on the inside to find a pick. Here comes that invisible boundary from Velocity, who's on Loki. We talked about how that hero's been sort of on the comeback, even though we got nerfed in the previous patch. Now comes that dive from Techie, taken down by Rising, when they didn't really have much to work with either, so that's a huge pick. When he had Feast of Abyss too, in terms of Techie's side, this Galactic Legend is used more as a zoning tool for now. Madara did fall at the very least, so he's going to come back on Doctor Strange, but Rise done a great job of just harassing and falling back. However, Nectar now here in the sky, flipping twice to get those info and frames. Avery with the follow-up, trying to find actually some of those members in the sky. That regenerative domain, keeping everybody healthy too. Those are gone. Cooldowns used, Impunity's down again.
Ow.
Focused for sure. Huge work from Sentinels.
That was huge too, right out of the Beast of the Abyss too. It looked like right after he tried to use it, getting stunned and then getting taken out. The Supernova now coming in for Rising, while Smash tries to keep everyone alive, tries to build up some space, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. Needs some help, still able to find that pick onto Techie. Even bigger though is gonna be Nectar finding that pick onto Rising. Kurova does have that sustainability with the invisible boundary. Crimzo close to that Sound of Seduction. As it's called in though, slowing things down, Nectar's forced to back away.
7 seconds left to go. Crimzo now pops it. Straddles used Kurova, using his velocities coming up. They lose Crimzo in the middle of the fight. Renko's not even close at all. Sonic Seduction on defense. Can they get Stratus ults?
Oh.
Can they make a hero play like they did before? Teleport out from Crimzo, or from Techie. Renko's close to that. Luna Snow dance for. They lose Avery with the Ultron's Rage. The damage out from Madara has been huge. They lose everybody. It's just Crimzo and Renko. Nectar's going to come back. Can they clutch it up again? The newbies. Portal's not going to be up, I think, in time for Avery to even come back through the portal, so he's going to make that slow crawl back from spawn. Overtime ticks down. Portal block came through, and nobody else is here from Sentinel's side. Job done for Dark Zero. They tied the series 1-1.
Very clean and calling out the timing too of those staggers at the very end. Talk about a turnaround here for Dark Zero to take Central Park.
A huge turnaround, and this is what we saw. It's very hard to cap out the whole map, right? So
yeah,
I mean, really heroic plays out of them on the defense. But yeah, the moment we go over to offense, Vicky, you called it. It's always going to be tough versus, I mean, Torch, right? And it seems like those issues Sentinels had yesterday versus 100 Thieves seem to be plaguing them today.
Yeah, something else to note is just looking at the way that Dark Zero had to make the adjustments that they needed with Rising out of the portal right back in. They still elongated that fight in their favor to boost up those ultimates too. Velocity over onto that Loki. But it's even crazier to see how Dark Zero, it was a pretty close first game, right, versus Sentinels. But even going into Central Park where they had the advantage, we talked about the map stats before. This is the first time that Sentinels has played on Central Park for Stage 2 here in Americas. So with Rising knowing that, being able to still flex over to Torch, Nectar was still a problem in the equation for Sentinels, but Dark Zero making the swaps that they had to make. I don't think, honestly, Dogman, I don't think I've seen many of these Central Park games end up with teams making it to the very end.
Yeah, no, that's a good callback. I mean, at the beginning you mentioned how this is the first time they play it, right? And they play on Central Park. Now we'll see what happens as the next map pick comes through. We'll head to another domination, and that could change, you know, the trajectory of Sentinels, right? We saw the last map, you know, obviously before Central Park was a big map for Sentinels, or at least we're going to Convoy, sorry, not Domination next. I forgot that this is only the second map. It was such a long one that it almost felt like we were entering a game number 4 already, but maybe that's just what I want, right? But showing some bias. MVP will be Rising from that series for good reason. The Doctor Strange portal to come back, you know, was the last hero he was on, but really he was phenomenal on Torch throughout the map.
Yeah, exactly. Was on the majority of that Torch here until the very end. 37 KOs, by the way, at 34,000 damage output. What we were talking about, Nectar being able to find a lot of those final hits, he did 26,000, just to put into perspective how much damage output Human Torch has, and especially on a map like Central Park 2, where it really helps him get out of line of sight of the enemy line of sight, just so that way he can help with the survivability too.
Yeah, I mean, he was dominant straight up, right? And it's kind of been interesting because I feel like at least I've been biased towards these like triple Stratus compositions, but we're kind of, well, I mean, I guess it is still triple Stratus, but you know, the top Torch players can still hard carry like we saw. Not that it was just him, it was Impunity creating space and stuff too, but phenomenal work from Dark Zero to tie up the series. Now we're tied up 1-1. And, oh man, I wonder what's going to happen after this, in this next little series as we go to map number 3 in a bit.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this plays out here too. But also something else that we have to call out here, Hella, being a really nice skin to definitely look out for. If you guys have already heard about the Emma Frost skin and you haven't copped the Hella Grim Lady skin yet, what are you doing? Because look at how amazing that skin looks.
Yeah, and if you're a competitive nerd, if you're a hardcore nerd, it removes the cape, by the way, so that's huge.
Oh.
It's great. Thank God. Screw that.
I love how you know that. I love how you get to call that out. It's like that is absolutely a Dogman line. I love it. So here you have it.
I'm just all for removing screen clutter. That's why I like the bikini skin so much. That's because it removes so much of the potential things in the way of seeing the game itself. It just happens to be nice to watch and look at. Anyways, we're going to do a short break. We'll see you guys in just a bit for map number 3.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining?
Welcome back, everybody. We're entering a third map between Sentinels and Dark Zero, and it seems like everything is coming to fruition that we thought the series would sort of result in, Vicky. We're now heading to a convoy map for our third game between Sentinels and Dark Zero. Sentinels think this next map should be a good one for them, right?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, though. We're going on to Spider Islands, and I do not believe Sentinels has played on Spider Islands just yet. So they're taking the gamble here just because this is the map that Dark Zero has fallen on. So trying to play into those strengths, that's something to consider because we've also seen certain teams, get pushed into maps that they may not shine on, yet still be able to make those adjustments to be able to take the dub. So we're going to have to see if this does flip the script here, considering that we have a tied series on our hands.
That would be interesting. I think, yeah, it's a good point because, I mean, Sentinels has fought pretty hard competition so far. And, I mean, not to say that Dark Zero hasn't, but because they've had to make that reverse sweep to that lower bracket. I mean, hardest competition being Nemesis, right? Being one of those top teams, the one that beat them in the upper bracket. But for that side, for Sentinels, I mean, the challenge against the 100 Thieves, it feels like 100 Thieves are never out of it, Vicky. Like, it seems like this team is somehow always good, even though a lot of us, I think, doubt them sometimes. They always manage to be a very, very solid team, and Sentinels obviously lost to them in the upper bracket, now have to play against Dark Zero here and go to that Spider Islands map, like you mentioned. Neither of these teams, or both of these teams could be questionable here.
I love how you bring that up too, just the history. It's like I always say 100 Thieves individually just have a built-in rage meter, right? They just have to be their backs pushed against the wall.
Yeah, that's the team you would think would have broken up first before Sentinels, right? Because like all of their drama is aired publicly. It's great. I'm sure it's healthy, right? Maybe that's why they say arguments for couples is good, you know? Despite how toxic it may be to hear your neighbor yelling at his wife and his wife yelling at him. You know, sometimes it's, at least they're talking, right? You know, at least they're talking. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. I mean, we're seeing that here too with the way that Sentinels have to rework things, as well as Dark Zero, how they said it in their interview, the way that they have to keep each other accountable. And now looking at the ban phase, we still aren't seeing the Adam get pulled off here. So both Adam and Mantis, once again, still stuck in ban jail, while Jeff, though, is off the table here because they're tired of seeing what Korova could do. He wasn't able to play that Jeff, I believe, last game too. So no Jeff once again, and no Captain America on the side of Dark Zero, where they're going to be able to answer that after the experience they had in game number 1 versus Crimzo.
I like that ban jail. That's probably going to be a social media post later. Meanwhile, Luna, no, ban on the opposite side. Just see little Jeffy behind bars, you know, trying to break out. Maybe with like a cup, you know, just ringing the barbell or whatever. Sentinels, though, I mean, you're right. Getting rid of Jeff now is smart because Korova, you know, played it last map, but no torch ban yet again. Instead, targeting the characters that can maybe support it.
Right heroes could make all the difference.
Well, not that well. Not that well, though.
Well, yeah, well, looking at the fact that now they've protected both the Ultron and the Invisible Man, it's literally a copy-paste of what we just witnessed, at least for the safety picks of the last game, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess at least they get rid of the Luna. I mean, yeah, Luna's good. Jeff's good, too. So, fair play. Fair play.
And ban the torch.
Yep, exactly. And it's I wonder how that's going to pan out for them, right? It's because we've seen... Again, I mean, I hate to say it. It's like a narrative and, you know, whatever. Sometimes narratives are drawn out for sure. But, I mean, just going off of recent history, Sentinels have to figure out how to play against Torch. I mean, they got absolutely dominated by Terra. Terra, you know, really kind of coming back onto the scene as one of those top DPS players, duelist players in the game. You know, has a good shout at it at all times, basically. But, yeah, I mean, it's tough for this team to deal with it. And maybe if they go against it today, they have a solution.
And we're going to have to see here now as we get started with game number 3. It is best of 5 once again. For those of you guys just tuning in, you've caught us in a banger of a match with Sentinels versus Dark Zero. And already out of the gates, Dark Zero going to be on that defense. Sentinels starting things off on the attack. They're the ones that chose the style that they want to be on here. Just looking at the stall opportunity here, too, that Dark Zero could try to provide. Looking at Smash, Madara, they're going to utilize Why Amazing being on the Rocket to have that BRB.
Yeah, that makes sense. The triple yet again. If I remember right, Dark Zero was pretty good, I think, at playing triple comp, but we'll see how Sentinels play against it. Usually it's a lot of those teams that, well, by the way, on the high ground, Velocity just sitting in Narnia. Unfortunately, watching his team die in front of him, right? It's just everybody's getting KO'd one after the other. Stalling it out, though, at the very least, but a good take from Sentinels at the very first point.
Yeah, they're going to have the number advantage. Honestly, seeing Korova and Amazing in that side room, I know they were trying to sustain Madara there, but they were also caught off guard with Nectar taking a nice little cheeky angle as the recontest now from Impunity on the Doctor Strange allows them to move back in with Velocity still sticking onto that Loki.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opinion. Oh my gosh, meanwhile. Oh, Korova, no! Close there for those greens. Just walk forward to Velocity. Unfortunately, lose the BRB too. Korova going to be sent back to spawn. Does not have that from Amazing, who was, I believe, trying to move it because they didn't even break it. Nectar as well trakes down onto Amazing and Velocity. And right now, this backline is just not together, right? This was what I was going to talk about earlier, Vicky. Like, when they were on the inside room, I would have liked if Velocity was actually in there with them. I feel like the times we've seen the peel happen, it's usually when all three strategists are together.
The lamps, like the lamp opportunity, maybe it was probably disordered, like used up already early right before that, but the lamps would have come in clutch in a space like that. And Nectar, is just a silent assassin right now, hanging onto the rooftops of Spider Island. You would think that Peter Cool himself could take a note from the Spider-Man book, but Nectar is dripping with not just sweetness, but just taste and sour with the taste he's leaving in Dark Zero's mouth.
I mean, poor Impunity right now. He's not having a good time. Incoming. Oh, my, goodbye. Sent into that feast for sure. That was Venom dining on the corpse of Dark Zero strategists. And, I mean, Sentinels is absolutely snowballing right now, Vicky.
Oh no, Impunity just came back, and now he's looking at Nectar. He's like, "Ayúdame!" He used up the vine already. Now he gets a slam down back to his team. But Nectar's a problem, and in the second checkpoint, the win condition still remains the same, where he's gonna be a threat up on those roofs. People need to start splitting up that focus to actually target him, and Impunity needs to break that focus by harassing the backlines while still retaining being alive.
Yeah, usually Impunity is that consistent mainstay of Dark Zero, so him going down there is brutal. Now they finally come back, put Torch on. Or Rymazing on Torch, which honestly you could say for both, right? Is the Torch playing Rymazing or is Rymazing playing Torch? Sentinels back to the spawn though. And now we're back on to seeing a comp that Dark Zero, I'm sure, are comfortable playing with.
Rymazing's like, enough of this triple Vanguard here. We got the triple strategist. That's all we need here. With Smash playing that second duelist, the hybrid role that Ultron could take on here. Rymazing's about to have a supernova, but you have to stay alive as Kurova has that invisible boundary. Saving that right on time here too, since it was a little bit of a slow build up for that ultimate after the first two pickoffs that we saw. And now Sentinels, they do have 3 answers though after forcing out that invisible boundary.
Well, here's the Ultron's Rage, forces out that Luna Snow dance floor. Nobody going down either for Dark Zero. In fact, it's Nectar to fall, who got grabbed, choke slammed by Madara. And with that, I mean, Madara just closed it out, just by themselves. Huge work from the side of Dark Zero and Madara on Emma Frost.
Oh, man, and you get the team up two together with the shield, by the way, that Kurova provides, being on the Invisible Woman, too. That's just something to highlight, considering that they didn't ban out that torch, whereas Sentinels can't use that. Here, as Avery does have that elimination ready to go, here, Velocity could counter that with the Eternal Bond, but Rymazing's going to want to try to keep them on this choke with that Supernova eventually.
Termination in the sky from the Ultron's Rage. He dodges around the corner to reduce his effect of the Sonic Seduction. In fact, comes back through and finds Vengeance. Avery again. You pointed him out earlier, Vicky. Nice shots there, and the follow-up from that Ultron's Rage. They did use also another earlier on with Techie, but still, good fight win on Sentinels.
Sweet moves, right?
Now looking at what's coming up next here, while Sentinels get more progress here on the point, and Nectar keeps controlling even more of this space. Aramori's got that invisible boundary, while Crimso's got that Sound of Seduction. Corvo's slowly approaching his own invisible boundary, but it's going to be opened up with the Sound of Seduction first, and Velocity was ready with the Eternal Bond to allow Dark Zero to replant their feet on this defense.
And they're slowly stalling it out right now. Cart still pushing forward for Sentinels. Eventually that Eternal Bond will run dry. Supernova forces out invisible boundary from Aramori, so they're sustaining that out. Smash also has Ultron's Rage. Coming up is Kurova with that invisible boundary. Nectar. Can he get eliminations through that Rage and also those cooldowns from Cloak and Dagger? Looks like the answer is no, but the damage could be done because Madara falls in the front line due to, you talked about it earlier, the pressure provided to that back line.
Oh man, Crimson was ready too to try to help Peel as Velocity follows up and finds Nectar in the sky. Velocity says, "I'll take matters into my own hands," swapping over to the Cloak to also get that reset on the reload, as well as Rymazing now getting that dive, sending back Sentinels to the choke, while the supports are playing patty cake to stay alive.
I mean, Rye, expert avoiding of the Emma Frost. The only way back into that fight was maybe if Crimzo gets a grab, but huge work from Dark Zero to sustain through those ultimates, and now Sentinels have 60 seconds left to go, and this is looking very familiar, right? This is like the second phase of the map again for Sentinels on Central Park. We'll see if they can close it out, though, this time around, as they're on attack, right? They can maybe build that momentum. No ultimate, especially...
Oh, they got back?
Wait, they back capped it! Are you kidding me? Wait, who the hell, who did that? That's the first time I've never recognized the back cap happening. What it is.
I heard the noise.
It was Nectar. Oh my goodness. I need to rewatch that. I'm sorry for missing that. That is a terrible caster moment. What a play from Sentinels, the back cap.
Back cap. Oh my. Nectar together with Techie, you cannot ignore this because the combination here between Sentinels are going to be able to try to get this dive opportunity to follow up between Techie and Nectar getting that cheeky play as Avery opening things up, splitting up the attention from Dark Zero. The extermination now coming out next. You see the bubbles coming out here too, as Impunity does have the reset available with a Feast of the Abyss, but Sentinels are just not getting stopped here.
A huge play from Sentinels to get it done. But we'll see if the gimmick pans out. Here comes the Eternal Bond from Velocity's side. Slowed down with the Sonic Seduction, at least making sure that maybe we can't go for one shot with impunity or something along those lines. Supernova, though, on the backside. Madara able to find Techie into the sky now. Nectar realizing Shroud Ultra pop. Wants to come back through to this invisible boundary to stay alive, too. Making sure he hits the double pocket, by the way. Both Drone and Snowflake on him. Making sure that they pretty much aren't targetable. Nice tracking, by the way, in the sky. Then goes in with the blasters. All those cooldowns used. They lose impunity, too, because of all the pressure that Nectar and the Vanguards, in terms of Techie, is providing.
The sustainability from Renko, as you highlighted, between the Snowflake here, too. Oh, my. He gets smashed, too, in the middle of the air. Who was so close to having the Ultron Rage. Now, Avery has it here. Sentinels could use this for not only spacing, but for that resustainability. But again, trying to enable Nectar is the goal here from Sentinels, as he's clearing the space and also continuously splitting up that backline, harassing them. The Dark Zero have Velocity, are about to have that Eternal Bond here, too, as Smash has the Extermination first and force him back.
Right, Nectar's putting the team on their absolute backs right now. If we talk about top-tier players, Nectar slowly but surely entering some of the best in the entire world, but Dark Zero still have a chance to win it now. Madara finds Techie with the grab, also the kick into the wall. Eternal Bond also gives him a ton of sustain. Impunity trying to live on the backside. Armory falls, though, to Velocity and Impunity, and nobody's there to touch again. No back tap this time around, Vicky. Sentinels get stopped again in third phase.
I'm just not over that back cap, dog, man.
That was crazy.
What's crazy is that, you know how in the game, like, sometimes the music kicks up when the time is running out and you feel your heart racing. Sometimes you got to look back to make sure no one's trying to back cap or whatever. But in that moment, you could hear the little tick noise to start up at the very end because they were so close originally. They just needed just a few little bit point-something meters to get there. And Nectar did do it. They got the progress here. And that was great, too, considering the fact that Dark Zero, they were looking pretty good with that torch.
I'm watching it back. By the way, nobody was on the cart. They just didn't cap it. Dark Zero, I'm looking back at the VOD right now. That is the worst play I've ever seen, I think, out of a team. They just never capped the cart back.
They just never flipped it?
Yeah, so in Marvel Rivals, you have to cap the cart to have it push on attack. Yeah. Dark Zero wiped everybody on Sentinel's side. They just didn't go back to cap the cart, Vicky. Are you?
Oh, my.
I've never seen that in pro play. No wonder we missed it.
I've never seen that even in my own game.
Oh my God! What a throw! I can't mentally recover from that.
No one was on that car.
I mean, at least they stopped.
I'm looking.
Yeah. Nobody was on the cart. You have to cap the cart. That is a feature, not a bug. That's a bug maybe in the AI of Dark Zero, but Dark Zero are human beings. That's why we watch humans play, not AI, I guess. Maybe I wouldn't have made that mistake. Maybe we should watch
Diabolical. I can't, man. I can't. There's no... I mean, but that's the difference maker, right? Marvel Rivals, you need to be able to have control over the point here, and or else it's just going to have that progress all on its own. And it didn't need that much here in general, but GG, you go next here. We reset. Amazing, by the way. Magic with Impunity being on Venom. Time to know, as Impunity is able to find Crimzo, Nectar gets the trade right afterwards. Avery is the next to go out, and Amazing pulling up with the magic on this checkpoint, by the way, is cooking because we've seen this work before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different look.
They haven't gotten progress, by the way.
And yeah, still haven't. They are terrible at the objective at the current moment, but regardless, that's because of Sentinels kind of throwing themselves to the cart. So, Dark Zero, they're improving as a cohesive unit. But it's a different look, right? Sort of Magic, same thing as Torch in terms of very reliant on the cooldowns. Amazing goes in, trying to connect on that team up, and Techie on the backside finds Kuroba already a little bit too far forward, but also trying to stay near velocities. So they're running out of steam, they're running out of momentum, and since they're a traditional, more 2-2-2 style composition, they're slowly falling apart. They don't have the healing to sustain Sentinels on that re-engage.
Yeah, if anything here, just look at Impunity coming back. He needs help. Impunity always in these tight situations. Velocity was also going to come back from the spawn room gates too. But Nectar taking to the skies. Has Amazing in his sights here. Looking at Jeff from Renko. He's got the itch Jeff as he gets dove on by Impunity, who also has a reset with the Feast of the Abyss if he needs. But he's trying to split up this backline while Renko's getting distracted.
Yeah, great work right now by Sentinels to sort of sustain. Rai switching off, and everybody, in fact, switching off to making sure they're back to their regular comp. Rai, this guy taking shots from Avery. Probably has to fall back. Velocities, meanwhile, on the low ground on... Wait, Venom on... Wait, he copied Venom, I'm sorry, on Loki to find that one shot. It created a little bit of space at the very least, but they lose Smash, they lose Amazing. Unfortunately, because they didn't copy a strategist, they just eventually collapse.
And that's what happens right there. You think you could try to go for a play like that, but imagine you would have had a Strategist's ultimate to... Oh, my, and he couldn't even have the opportunity to get into the full spawn room gates to get the healing. Oh, no. Now you're wasting even more time. Dark Zero down a minute and less than 45 seconds here.
Yeah, Nectar's looking phenomenal throughout the series, right? Despite the situation they find themselves in 1-1, Dark Zero now have to come back with their ultimate. Sentinels also, same situation. Rocket ult out first. Here comes the Supernova on the backside from Ryan Amazing to delete it, but he's taking so much damage. Eye in the sky, but it's shut down maybe, kinda. Kurova's great push from them.
All around.
Push from them.
All around right now, there has to be changes, and Dark Zero are making them. It's going to be the Hulk and Namora. Right? Amazing makes a swap because even if he's trying to find these picks and harass the backline here, even in the skies, it's not going to be enough because the way that Nectar and the front line from Sentinels are holding up this choke point, Dark Zero are barely even making problem as Avery finds Smash.
I mean, they're looking shook right now. Dark Zero is having to switch up to this composition when the torch has been working out so well. Here comes... Well, Techie eventually goes down. Nice job with the regenerative domain save alive from that push of Techie, at least. But Avery eventually finds Madara, and Avery, the newcomer to the roster, has been also incredible. So this duelist lineup, and one of the duelists playing a strategist in Ultron, able to find huge picks now. Dark still trying to fight this, still Smash on the backside, trying to equalize it. But here, on the opposite side, Galactic Legend. Peel comes through with that invisible boundary, though. Same thing with those shields from the Invisible Woman. Jeff, in the meantime, will it find anything? Goes on the high ground, but Rai avoids it for now. They still have one trapped. Well! Amazing across the map. Stops the Jeff from flying off the map. However, Nectar's found velocity.
Remember when you were asking, what do you do when it comes to that Jeff? You have to reserve an ultimate for it. That's the best way to prevent the impact that a big Jeff ult can turn the tides. But Avery may just turn the tides himself, but he's only got 2 picks here. He's got to look around to see that the stall can really come out because overtime's ticking away. But it favors Sentinels here as Impunity is forced to pop the Hulk ult, to pop the reset here, and now looks behind him to stop the portal play.
I mean, these young guns of Sentinels are wiry. They have been all over Dark Zero, and because of that, here comes Crimzo in the sky. Smash is gone. Wait, Crimzo goes down to Kurova, though. On the backside, Rocket ult here from Aramori. Doesn't give them anything. It doesn't look like it. They're losing Techie. On the high ground, here comes Ultron's Rage from Avery, trying to equalize it. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Kurova invisible. Using the double jump. We know that cooldown is out. No longer can go invisible. Also, Madara did use that diamond form. Smash coming back with the portal on the backside. Incoming. Impunity finds Nectar. Out of the sky, takes him down. Nectar, though, gets brought back by BRB. Kurova takes on Avery. That has been a thorn in their side. But Techie, he still has that combo alongside Nectar with the Feast of the Beast if he wants to. Nice slowdown of Nectar, though. The stasis from Impunity to slow it down. That Techie also gets peeled for by Smash. And they're starting to do it. Dark Zeros, they're maybe going to close out here as they come back on Angela, of all things, Crimzo does. But as we know, Angela is one of the lowest HP vanguards in the game, so she can't stall that well, besides when she's the only anchor on the cart. Sentinels get stopped, or rather they get pushed off the cart, and Dark Zero moving in the second phase of the map.
All right, Amazing cleaning up the cart like a janitor right now, just sweeping the floor real quick with all the squids here. But can we talk about that stall was insane? I was worried too, because at some points we saw Aramori being on that rocket, had that BRB, Nectar coming right back, but Impunity with that stun was crazy. Now leading up to this fight though, Velocity has that God of Mischief, something that Sentinels don't really have that sustainability, although if Franco stays alive, could boost up that Fit of Both Worlds just as quick.
We'll have to keep our eye on that. Velocity so far this series has been phenomenal. Also the captain of the draft in terms of picking the heroes before the series. Got maybe the characters Dark Zero feels like are best, but it seems like the toughest champion to deal with today is the payload for Dark Zero if they get stopped here. 1 minute and 41 seconds. Velocity goes aggressive with that invisible boundary and the copy of his very own Invisible Woman. And it's as you said, Vicky, maybe that God Initius was too much because Crimzo goes down in the neutral. So does Nectar.
Good amount of space here about it, and this is going to build into that win condition. Right, Amazing's going to be able to set up with these squids, and Sentinels will be able to come right back around, though, with some ultimates to work off of the invisible boundary. Renko already having that Fate of Both Worlds. Avery as well with that Ultimate Extermination. Crimson with the Sign of Seduction, but Dark Zero have so much star potential here going into this next fight, as his Extermination is going to be the first thing to open things up, and Renko's going to try to keep them alive, as Avery is looking to get a lot more aggressive, but he gets saved here by that Lunasto ultimate. Kurova matches it here with the invisible boundary, and nobody is looking at Rad Amazing as he is safe in that invisible boundary for now. Has to utilize the will to stop Techie from harassing his backline.
And now that they're off the Jeff on the defensive side, I'm sure he feels better about using that ult in that situation. Invisible boundary in the sky. Nectar trying to find something. Renko falls, though. Meanwhile, it's Impunity. As you talked about first point. And second, Impunity also commits the ult onto the Emma, slams her down. And unfortunately, they lose even more members as Smash collapses. But Impunity has been an absolute game changer. Techie trying to stall it out with the Feast of Abyss. Maybe trying to get another gimmick sort of back cap again. And they're actually getting the portal. He stalled out long enough. Techie goes down, sure, but the team is here. They can maybe back cap again as Dark Zero maybe pushed off that objective. But no, this time it's Sentinels that are.
Yeah, Renko held forward right there coming out of that portal, just trying to harass that back line, but without looking at that card. Dark Zero walking into that second checkpoint now and are looking to create that space.
A minute and 30 seconds left to go, Vicky, and Sentinels have basically nothing, too. So they switch over to that Phoenix. This is something we've seen other teams do. In fact, we've seen Envy do it. And we'll see if it pans out for them. Kurova falls so low, but lives with their life.
To the reclaim here on the payload too. As you can see, Nectar making that swap up over to the Phoenix. Mash is going to have to keep their eye on that with the Extermination ready to go. Reclaiming the point is going to be the first thing to start things off for this fight now. As Velocity also has that reset opportunity too. Once Smash is done here, Kurova with the ball, the Invisible Woman is going to be able to take out Techie, who falls incredibly low, making the swap up here back onto the Venom. As Crimzos wants to get that Sonic Seduction, but it's first met with Moderate here. At Smash, they're holding forward. They're getting the follow-ups off of that Psionic Seduction.
I mean, I love it. I love the counter swapping going on right now for both sides. This is kind of the future of the game. You know, make them get used to certain play styles. You switch it up to Phoenix, but then also they switch back. So Rai reading that well. Supernova, Spawn Cam trying to come through. Nice freeze, though, from the side of Renko. Aramori, Invisible Boundary to stay on that objective. Also in the sky is Avery, trying to keep his Venom alive, who's trying to stall it out. Somebody has to anchor. We're right towards the end. Less than 5 meters to go, and we lose Techie in the sky with that Phoenix ult. The Ensign Confirmer does not connect with the ground. It gets eliminated in the sky, but we're committing the Luna Snow ultimate alongside Crimzo with that Sonic Seduction. Nothing found just yet, though. Everybody stunned up on the backside of Dark Zero. Impunity trying to find the back line, but it's saved by the drone. Invisible Woman trying to dodge back and forth. Impunity trying to make sure that their presence is felt. Here comes Go towards right, 2 on the flank. Perfect timing. But Techie, here with the face of the Feast of the Beast on the cart. Does it find anything? No. Vector again. Finding Kurova, finding Velocity. Renko and Aramori fall. Both duelists immediately get traded out. Smash needs to play for their life. Has switch sides of the map. Nectar again. Going huge. Amazing falls. It's scrappy as all hell. Crimzo whips out the fist. Takes them Madara. And Nectar trying to stay alive in melee mode. Does something. It's a 1v1. And it appears he doesn't. Pushes off. The Jeff is here. But Dark Zero. They win it out. It's 2-1 now. Dark Zero.
Give the crown to Impunity right now. Give it to him right now. The way that he not only harassed that backline, took care of the strategist, prevented that stall out was crazy.
Oh my God. What a series between these two teams. You know, we thought, Vicky, that it was going to be a good one, but didn't know how good it was going to be. And you know what? If EMEA was a sign, it was a banger over there. We saw an incredible matchup between, I believe it was Navi and Chopped. That's probably wrong, but, you know, taking a look back at those games, they were phenomenal. Going over to this, Vicky, point is, we have some fantastic games in the group stages right now between Dark Zero and Sentinels.
Dude, this is why we keep seeing Venom in jail as well. Like, this is crazy. And on this map too, by the way, he is so good. And Impunity just turned that fight around so hard. Smash was, by the way, was like one shot for like a solid minute. He survived for as long as he could before he eventually went down, because then you have just the Phoenix blasting in your face at the hands of Nectar. This was an insane game to watch.
Yeah, Impunity 100%. You know, statistical, sure. Statistics, you definitely goes to Rai, MVP-wise. Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, the impact can't be understated from Impunity. That was incredible. I mean, that turns, you know, narratively, potentially, you know how there's other hero shooters where C9 is a thing, where they don't touch the cart. In this game, it very well could have been a DZ in the future. You know, that's something you need to prevent. You don't want to be known for a terrible thing. You know, we have Necros, the human candle. On this side, we have Rymazing. Sorry, that's me. Sorry, Necros. But yeah, Rymazing with the Tridents has been beautiful. And then switching back to the Torch yet again on that third phase. Great work from Ryan.
Oh, the sending out the sounding of the 7th trumpet with the Namor ultimate too, getting 2 KOs at some points, opening up a lot of space. Actually combating that of the Jeff ultimate from getting any impact once he swallowed up those strategists. 43 KOs for Amazing, only going down 9 times there. You know they're upset after what happened for that second checkpoint, but they went forward and they were able to reset mentally too, going in for that attack.
Well, we will be entering the realm of Sentinels once again, probably, Vicky, as well. No, it's going to happen. We're going to Domination again. That's the first map and the only map Sentinels won so far. And yeah, I mean, you pointed out earlier how Sentinels on these Convoy and Convergence maps, it seems to be a problem for them at the current moment.
Yeah, I'm wondering here if Domination's going to do them that justice, considering that Dark Zero are currently now 2-3 on Domination here, whereas Sentinels having a 4-0 success rate. It's going to be interesting because I'm expecting this to go to distance anyways here, Dogman. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is a banger. If you are missing it, you are crazy because, you know, if you've been watching or paying attention at all to Rivals Esports, this is a matchup that not only has, you know, feuds in it, has revenge potentially on the table, on the docket, but we'll find out more as Dark Zero are on map point. We're going to enter map number 4 after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the series between Dark Zero and Sentinels going on in this lower bracket finals of the group stage in stage 2 of the Ignite series. And Vicky, that was an incredibly back and forth game. And luckily for Dark Zero, we're not going to remember it for maybe a reason that they would definitely not want us to.
Yeah. We'll have some replays to show you guys later on after we had just rewatched that ourselves. But they take it. They take it despite what had gone down there. They came through. Impunity came through. Amazing with the swap ups too, whether it be the Namor or the Torch composition that rode out there. And they take Spider Islands, leaving them in the lead 2-1 currently versus Sentinels. But now we move on to domination. As you highlighted, Dogman, that's where Game 4 is always going to reset us to, as we reset through the game modes now. And if you look at the stats here, Sentinels have a heavy advantage on domination maps versus Dark Zero, where they're down 2-3, whereas Sentinels are up 4-0.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm curious to see if Dark Zero can rebound, right? That's kind of been the take of the series. It's both of these teams are needing to improve, right? Or were needing to improve going into this, right? They both have, glaring weaknesses. In this case, for Dark Zero, they kind of sometimes struggle going for those full dives, domination, like you said, kind of getting that sort of team synergy on pace. And then for Sentinels, dealing with Torch has been a big problem. Let's take back a look at the highlights of that map, Vicky. And, some might call this lowlights at points, but for Dark Zero, they capped out the map in close fashion with Impunity, and Sentinels, they're now on map point, or at least Dark Zero on map point.
Yeah, they are. And don't let this fool you, right? It is best of 5 here, but it's a nice little clip here that you could probably put on your fridges and enjoy it yourself if you could do that with clips. But if you get to look back on it and see what happened on the point, you and I were here left wondering, usually it makes a noise too when it does flip, and I'm wondering, did I miss out on the noise here? I just heard a little bit of meterage where it starts ticking away. Look at that. No, Motorola is the perpetrator. Oh my! He was like, "I want in. I want the KOs. I want the KOs so bad. I see everyone having fun."
The thing is, oh man,
caught in 4K.
Yeah,
got caught in 4K.
I mean, we literally look at the observers going back at it. He's like, "Hello, anybody in the car? Hello." Even our observers recognized it. Guys, bad news. Bad freaking news. Kurova tried last second too. Kurova's like, "Guys, the car." Oh no! Oh my God! The comms must have been so chaotic. I would do anything for that VOD. To listen how they reacted, that would be beautiful. But you know what? I don't fully, as we recover emotionally from that. I wonder, maybe Madara missed the cart because he used to be a MOBA professional, if you didn't know, and maybe he's used to the top-down perspective, right? He's used to having all the information given to him. So being in a third-person sort of like cone view, right? There's no excuse. You got to touch the payload.
He's ready for Daredevil.
He's ready for Daredevil. He's ready.
Honestly, though, I feel like this is all something to take away from. Despite that happening, the fact that Dark Zero, just honestly, they would destroy me in any case or day. But it's the fact that Dark Zero was able to just reflect and reset is another level of professional player that you have to focus on, because again, at the end of the day, they could still win this. It doesn't matter. They go next. They did end up winning. And now we go on to game number 4, back on domination, where we actually did see Dark Zero go back and forth against Sentinels a few times here, where Sentinels looked a lot stronger in that second round here, but it's going to be Hell's Heaven this time around. It's not going to be the KCOA that we saw before.
Yeah, not today. But we see both teams prioritizing the Ultron that we've seen throughout the series. No bans toward this time. Everybody focusing on the Mantis. We see other series, I think, deviate, but not this one. But yeah, C9s are, I guess, well, it would have been a DZ if they lost the map, but fortunately they didn't. Usually you don't have a name for something until it happens multiple times, right? It's not fair. Even though that was the craziest one I think we've seen in pro play and ever.
I think so too.
But regardless, they won, right? So if you win, it kind of. And I think it'd be unfair.
It's like PEMDAS. It cancels out. It cancels out.
Exactly. You remember the last shot, the one that wins it, not the pretty brutal moments. Although, I made a couple $1,000s off of a C9 at one point, which is great.
Oh, shit.
Big fan of them. The shock when I had my boy Erster pushed them off the car. It was good times. Made another 20K or something.
Lessons.
Yeah.
And we get to see the ban phase now coming forward for this potential last game. If we see Dark Zero ending up oh yeah, they did. They finally bit out the torch. I mean, it took a while, honestly. We were talking about this before because they didn't even ban the torch against 100 Thieves despite Terra running it all 3 games in a best of 3. But now they ban out the torch and they ban out the Jeff here too. So they focus majority once again on the strategist, but the torch being that last ban, while the saves still look the same for both sides between Invisible Man and Ultron.
Yeah, let's see if that's enough, right? That's the biggest point we mentioned and that you mentioned. I mean, Sentinels have a new coach, right? They've picked up McGravy. They picked up Avery as a leader of the team alongside Renko, a very experienced player. So it's not just Crimzo making these decisions anymore in the ban phase. And, you know, it could very well be like a too many cooks in the kitchen situation, right, Vicky? Like maybe you have too many big brains trying to make plays, trying to say what's good, right? And then you kind of end up stagnant, right? Like I feel like a lot of the top teams we've seen across regions deviate their bans. They have dynamic bans. Both of these teams are just maintaining the same stuff every game.
Yeah, it shows the comfort that they're trying to lean into just in case the majority of other main strategists are banned out, right? In case it's a Luna, in this case, you want to lean into the Invisiwoman. And what's crazy is that usually when you see that Invisiwoman save first, that's why you saw Sentinels ban out the Torch, right? Because something we highlighted in Spider Islands is the Invisiwoman and Torch team up. You get that extra shield, which really comes in clutch. The ban onto the Torch on the other side, though, now Sentinels can't rock that either. They haven't really been able to as well. So no team up with the Invisiwoman for either side here.
And it's going to be a big play for sure as Sentinels portal. They're going to go for a kidnap play again. Looks like everybody's mobile characters. Did they try to change it up? Madara does. They just go over the top side and drop down.
Oh, that looks funny here. Before he drops right on top of their head to try to take the fight to them to wrap around here. Crimzo does get stunned. Impunity being back on that Hulk with Rymazing trying to utilize those Gamma Squids already set into position. Helped out with that portal originally, and Nectar taking a good chunk of that damage.
Yeah, you just see subtle pot shots from Smash there. But Nectar farming up that ultimate quickly. Has the pocket as well as the BRB if he does go down. So they can play aggressive. And Techie's doing so, but wait, maybe he's out of range of that BRB too. Because you have to be within a certain range. Yeah, Techie's not going to get brought back. However, Crimzo will be. And that means that they're missing their Vanguard, one of their Vanguards, the Venom in this fight.
Trying to disrupt the piece and try to split more of that attention. So this is going to allow Dark Zero just to walk in and retake this point first. As now Sentinels regroup together, they will have Avery with that extermination. It's going to be the first team to be opening up this fight. Smash is going to try to match up, but Kurova going down is so important with the invisible boundary not available here. And now Renko having the ability to utilize the Jeff. The whale comes out right on time. Talk about by a pixel.
Yeah, and Rai again, Nectar in the sky. I mean, is it going to be enough with Crimzo on the main side? It looks like it is. So as good of a play as that was from Rai. And Pretty built up ult. Oh, he doesn't get to use it though. They just go for the reset actually. In the meantime, maybe they could have tried to clutch it up, but regardless, I mean, this is an incredible series as the stagger of the Bruce comes through. Rest in peace. He's put in jail today, not ban jail this time though. And you see incredible focus towards these Jeff, it seems, Vicky.
And there's a reason why. There's a reason why we've been seeing these Jeffs get banned out. Dark Zero couldn't play it last game. It was available for Sentinels in the previous game before that, but it's the focus on these Jeffs here, as now Sentinels getting to position with Techie having the reset opportunity. Crimzo having that Sonic Seduction too, but Kurova's got the survivability as the choke slam comes out to shut down Techie. There is no way he can pop that piece of the abyss as he gets finished off by Smash. And the invisible boundary now from Kurova is going to allow them to push up onto this point. Rymazing finding Avery up in the sky. AMER still brings him back to the BRB, but the number advantage is here in Dark Zero's favor.
I mean, Namor does so much in these neutrals because of the squids provided, which he will lose in the next patch, but it's going to get changed out, obviously, for something maybe even better. But now the Venom with the piece of the best trying to stall it out, gets the drone, right? The healing is there from his team, but the point flipped for Dark Zero regardless, and they slowly walked back Sentinels in that fight.
Even to reclaim the point, getting extra progress now too. Look at the ult economy that they're working off of, right? 5 ultimates online here for favor for them, but I'm looking at Renko right now with that Jeff ultimate that's slowly coming online. He probably wants to wait for Kurova to have that invisible boundary to have everybody grouped up together, but it's going to be extermination, the Ultron ultimate from both sides first, and the dance off of the fate of both worlds from Velocity. Rymazing can get into position to just utilize that will to use it against Renko specifically as he's caught Aramori once again.
Armory going down is huge. I mean, that's a big ult out of the fight. What's going to counter these Jeffs, right? Or at least in the side of Renko. It's that whale yet again. We've seen whale greater than shark time and time again. Will it happen with 80% of the board? I mean, Dark Zero are just kind of coasting currently. Sentinels are going to walk in soon, surely, with this Guardians of the Galaxy, or this intergalactic legend in the sky. Different team. Grimzo able to trade Dakmadara. Rymazing down Techie, so they trade Vanguards. Sentinels actually take the point with that, though. They're using the Rocket ult, using the See You Later alongside that Guardian. I mean, that's enough for them to take the point. Dark Zero, give it up.
It's fine though. Dark Zero gets to peel away here, try to protect the Stratter's backline while still punishing Techie at the same time, while Crimzo getting stunned here with Impunity jumping right back at the hands of the team. Dark Zero and Rymazing still holding on to that whale to look at when Renko decides to use it, and with the invisible boundary coming up, this may be the green light as Avery utilizes that extermination. Renko goes down, won't even have the opportunity to press the button, so now Rymazing gets to save the whale. Renko gets taken out, and now we're gonna have Sentinels try to portal in.
They have to. I mean, Crimzo thought he maybe was on the point to stall it out, but portals here, like you mentioned, in the sky. Everybody's healthy, but Rye holding on to that whale. Eventually, I mean, he's been saving it the whole time. The Jeff on the high ground, understanding the whale's going to be used for him. Techie gets taken out by Smash and Rez, though, so Renko finally learned not dying to that whale this time, but Avery goes down to velocity, and I think that means he's not going to be in time for that portal. Meanwhile, the Game of Squid takes down Nectar 2 on the backside. I mean, Ryan is doing so much this map. Madara on Techie. Sure, you got rid of Torch, but I mean, right now, Dark Zero looked great with Namor and Hulk.
They're trying to turn that score around for this type of game mode, right? On domination, they're tired of it. They want to try to even things out. They're down 2-3, and now they're looking great for that first round. The Namor being the problem. Rymazing's awareness as well and helping to peel for Velocity and Korova, while Smash takes a little bit more of that hybrid approach in creating space and even putting in pressure to open up the fights. Just lets Rymazing hold back and then punish Techie whenever he thinks he has an opportunity to dive in.
Phenomenal work out of Dark Zero. We'll see if they can close out on Sentinels in round number 2. We're headed to the Eldritch Monument. And with that, also Ultimates on their table, on their board. I mean, last time we saw this, it was a complete disengagement of Dark Zero, but I think there's, on this map, Vicky, there's like way more space to, you know, play slow and take cover. It could be more open, I would say, for this Ultimate combination of the Sentinels, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I was gonna say, I'm happy that Techie is swapping, although, yeah, you do have a lot more space. You have the pillars too, right? So you could try to mix up your landing, try to get some dive resets too.
Yeah.
But the same thing could be said for like the Ultrons. They could utilize these pillars just to be able to get out of line of sight of the opposite team. And this could also benefit Nectar. Rymazing could set up with these squids here over to the side, split more attention as Crimzo's trying to take the lead. And Aramori at least has that CR available, but Velocity also having the sustainability of Fate of both worlds.
I mean, you can see what Sentinels have done. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Dark Zero. Yeah, Velocity finds Techie. Rez, though, brings them back. At the very least, that rocket gets deleted. Into the sky, though. Nectar's going. But it's into a strat ult. Meanwhile, on the backside, Impunity slams down Crimzo. And then the follow-up is there from Korova. And no more BRB to bring back Crimzo in this fight. And Rai, again, closes out, puts his stamp on things with the elimination of Renko.
It's the slow turnaround from Nectar to look at his team getting slammed onto the ground by Impunity being in that Hulk form and then having to just do nothing about it because he's got that legendary activated, wants to clear space. Even better look as Dark Zero, once again with Rymazing being on this Namor, is a problem that is not getting focused.
I was going to say, I felt like Nectar, I think, throughout the series has felt maybe the Star-Lord stuff isn't really panning out for them. It's seemed to me like maybe they want to switch to something else, and here it is. Now they're on Phoenix and on Bucky. Avery with the pull. Doesn't connect in the meanwhile. Sky Smash coming in with the Ultron's Rage. Bubble. Oh, doesn't save Velocity. Where did that Invisible Woman shield go? Techie, nice pick on the Velocity. He's removing a huge player in that Loki out of the fight.
Oh, I was looking for Kuro's positioning right there too. Rymazing now looking at these swaps, still has a squid set up and still harassing Techie. He sends out the whale after the Magneto bubble was called in, and in the Invisible Woman ultimate, Rymazing walks up, takes out another member, Avery, off the table, so he won't even get that Bucky reset here too. And Madara, the way that Dark Zero is cycling through his ultimates in the next fight, Velocity will have that God of Mischief, and Unity still has a reset opportunity here being on the Hulk.
I mean, they're stalling it out at the current moment. 70% of the board. Smash comes back with the portal. And like you said, the Hulk is in there. Sentinels portal's back. They're also stalling with the Invisible Boundary. Nectar coming up with the Inside Inferno. Avery finds the pick and keeps Sentinels alive in the series, because if they were to lose it here and now, it could be over. Thought combination with Nectar again. We've seen this before, and you can see why these two were paired as a DPS, as a duelist duo. It's combinations like this, but you know, is it too little too late, Vicky? We'll find out as, you know, Dark Zero, they built 92% as that point flips.
As long as they cycle through these ultimates properly, I don't think so. This is a beautiful counter swap that we're seeing from Sentinels. They can take care of the squids just as easily here. Velocity being on Loki allows for the reset to come out from Avery even easier, being on that Bucky. So that's something they have to consider with Velocity, at least having that God of Mischief to start things off. They can copy Korova, they can start off the Eternal Bonders, maybe start off an engagement.
And walking in, you said that the sustain is going to be the biggest thing. Can Sentinels live? The copy from Velocity goes in with that Eternal Bond. Also, they have Terror Cape. You use Rymazing's invulnerability, but also nobody's left with anything. So they have to give up the point. You don't have Straddle. It's boom, Whale on the back line. Impunity's there to follow it up. Can he get eliminations? Is the patty cake enough to keep them alive? It looks like the answer is no. Armor and Renko fall Crimzo as well. That's the anchor gone. No portal from earlier as well because they used it. And Sentinels are losing everybody. Dark Zero are trying to close out in overtime. Close out versus their Nemesis. As they took down Nemesis before, they take down Sentinels now. Dark Zero and Korova and Rymazing get revenge.
They take the series, Dark Zero, your winners, in a 3-1 fashion versus Sentinels. That last fight, they knew when they walked in, they had the impact, they had the follow-ups after he sent down the whales to split them apart, that they were going to take that win. That was literally the series-winning fight for Dark Zero here, as Velocity is your MVP.
Ooh, I mean, well-deserved, but the whole team played well from Dark Zero, and that's the biggest thing. I think the biggest narrative that we can talk about is they've overcome their issues. It seems like, right, they're going to have to go against 100 Thieves, in which don't believe they actually played against them, by the way, Vicky. So this is going to be the first time we would see 100 Thieves in Dark Zero, a brand new matchup, which is always awesome, right? I mean, over on the opposite side, we have FlyQuest and Envy again. That's a rematch, and that's exciting. But also, a new challenger approaches the 100 Thieves team that is stuck together for millennia.
Yeah, that's going to be a matchup that I'm very interested to see, because 100 Thieves being the team that sent Sentinels down to that lower bracket, and now Dark Zero beating Sentinels in the same way, right? Because, well, although it was a best of 3, 100 Thieves beat them 2-1. Now we have a situation where it's a 3-1, and now going into the grand finals, we get that best of 5 situation going out.
And I wonder, you know, looking back at the board, I mean, I imagine it's obviously tough, right, to lose a match like this, but you know, at least Sentinels gets to go back, right? They're qualified for those playoffs. They still have a chance, right? And they get top 3. They get the 3rd seed in this case to go against on the opposite side, either Envy or, oh my God, FlyQuest. So, you know, gonna be kind of a tough matchup probably for them, regardless of the result of that grand final tomorrow. But damn, what a series that was, Vicky. It was a pleasure to watch it with you, because, I mean, I am sure all our viewers in the same boat. That was a super fun one between these two teams and Velocities. Like you mentioned, he's our MVP.
Gonna see who Sentinels will be facing off against once we get that seeding figured out here. Velocity coming away with 16 KOs. We talk about having that Loki and how dangerous it could be against a Bucky, but that was a last-minute swap from the Bucky from that second to last fight, rather that previous round. But then looking at the way he was able to get the Eternal Bond, start off that final fight, Velocity made those swap-ups here, and he was looking great too, right? He had like over 6 final hits there on the Loki, still putting in the majority of the healing too with that 19k healing, and that's with Hughes talking about like his positioning over on Spider Islands, maybe reworking that with the way that he was able to position to help out that back line.
Yeah, there was so much done by him. He's definitely one of the best players in the game, strategist-wise, and I think that's going to be something we see moving forward. We talked about it at the very beginning. It's the Jeff play. It's the strategist play. I mean, across the board, it does feel like the strats are kind of dictating the game at the current moment. Some of these top-tier players can really change things, and that was kind of at least my biggest takeaway from when I watched the games last night. And in preparation for today, it was like, yeah, I mean, all these really good strategist players, Vicky, seem to kind of keep their team alive and then force the other team to play differently, right? Like, it feels like Dreamland was in that boat. Rad today had a really hard backline to go against. So I don't know about you. It feels like the backlines, the strategist players have been a mainstay and been the focal point of this Ignite series.
I agree. You have to talk about survivability, and Korova did just that too at the very end, between the mix of the Invisible Woman, even the Cloak and Dagger at the very end, which we saw Velocity copy off of, and it's important, the foundation here too. Even in that last game, I'll be honest, Techie not really looking up to form there, whereas that's very uncharacteristic. Techie usually being a really good MVP player, but just did not have anything going here.
Yeah, you can see the cracks start to show, and Sentinels fall there. And 100 Thieves, meanwhile, are going to be in that grand finals for their group against Dark Zero to fight for that first place spot. And we talked about how if we think, you know, Group A, for example, is a group of death, or if you think Group B is the group of death, if you were on that camp too, I mean, you have to win this grand finals, right? You have to make sure you stamp your victory, because otherwise, you know, you're going to have a tough opponent, especially if, you know, Dreamland's good, if Rad's actually really good, or from the opposite side, I mean, you're against Nemesis. There's no easy teams left in North America.
Dude, these two series that we're going to have with 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero and FlyQuest versus Envy. This is like peak cinema. We are literally getting peak Marvel Rivals Ignite action. This is going to be such a banger. I cannot wait to see how this fares off against each other.
Yeah, I'll be co-streaming that baby for sure. That's going to be a lot of fun. And also make sure to watch all of our co-streamers alongside. If you are fans of J3, of Necros, of all those guys, of Space, I believe is watching. We got a lot of awesome gamers. Sorry if I didn't shout you out, but all of our co-streamers are awesome for supporting the scene, watching it alongside their viewers. So Vicky, today was an incredible day. I think that was a great set of matches to set up tomorrow, like you said. So I mean, it's going to be a banger regardless. 2 grand finals back to back, and then that sets up next week, which is our playoffs.
Oh, man, time is flying by. I want to talk to somebody here from Dark Zero, man. I want to pick their brains and see how they're feeling about now looking at that matchup that we have waiting for us tomorrow. It's just, especially since 100 Thieves look mortal, right? Yes, they've been winning all their series, but there's cracks too over there. And kind of talking to Tara yesterday alone, Tara, by the way, so like monotonous, like another day at work, just guy means serious business and unfazed. I asked him for his opinion, I believe, against Dark Zero versus Sentinels, and even giving credit where it's due, both teams being as strong as they are. He thought it was going to go the distance. We did too. Although it did end in that 3-1 fashion, it's looking like the high-level talent in the Americas region, them trying to find the cohesion after the roster swaps has finally stabilized.
I love it. I mean, I think that, over here, it does seem like there's not as much of that like wholesome, everybody praising each other type thing. Like EMEA, it feels like after every team that gets eliminated, it's like I'm going to a funeral. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, these guys lost. They didn't go to Atlanta. They're such a good team. We should have 4 slots. And listen, I agree for sure. However, it's funny because over here, everybody just hates each other. It's like we beat those guys, and we're like in North America, they're like, yeah, screw those guys. They suck. They're actually complete cheeks, and they are the worst team of all time, even though they're a top 4 team and definitely good. It's just more so. I mean, not everybody's praising each other, Vicky, over here is what I'm trying to say. Everybody has egos, and, it's awesome. I think it makes for exciting matches like we just saw between these 2 teams. And speaking about an incredible interview target, that was the bad transition. We have Rymazing with us today from this team of Dark Zero, transitioning over to the dark side with that jersey, or shirt, rather, in this case. What's up, Rye? How's it going? Congrats on your W. How you feeling, bro?
Hey, I feel good. I mean, it was a hell of a game. It was a good series. I'm just happy that I feel like I made the right decision, I guess, by leaving. So, bit of a grudge match, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I got to be careful. You got to be careful with me too, because we've known each other for a while. So I got to keep it PR, hopefully. In your case, like you said, it was a bit of a grudge match, but also with this new team, you guys are looking good and looking like a lot more formed, I guess. Like, I don't know. Over this past week, it seemed like you guys are still trying to gel. Is that kind of true? Or are you guys sort of still figuring each other out and stuff like that, even in the draft phase, maybe?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think we had like some flukes against Nemesis, and I think we're still kind of like learning. And I think this team needs still a little more time in officials. It's getting a little chaotic in the comms for sure, but no, we're definitely a strong team, I think. And we just with a little bit more time, I think we'll be really, really strong.
Do you guys think you're going to have enough time to figure that out against 100 Thieves for tomorrow here? Considering like, we talked to Tara yesterday, and they were looking forward to the series too, to see how this was going to play out here. But 100 Thieves kind of being one of those teams where although they've been winning, they've still been dropping games. Do you guys feel like you're going to be in full form for that series?
I think we can definitely beat them. I don't remember the last time I lost 100 Thieves, to be honest. I think it's been at least like 7 series or something. But, it's a new team, so we have some stuff to work out still, and I think it'll be a good match.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, taking a look at it is interesting that you guys haven't had to play against them, because like you said, you had to go against Nemesis again. And I think that's like I don't know, like last week it was definitely like apparent that you guys were still kind of gelling. This week you look very good. What kind of changed, I guess, in your guys' like comm structure or maybe just comps? Like why do you guys look a lot better this week rather than last week? Because a 3-1 over Sentinels is actually a pretty damn good solid win.
I think we figured out a lot with the draft. I think like our first match against Nemesis, we just kind of let them have Mantis both games. I think that was like a big flaw. But I think we also just kind of needed a little bit more time in these official matches. I think we're kind of all nervous that first match, and but we've kind of worked out the antics. I think we're looking good now.
Yeah, fair.
I like your mentality here. I have to ask too, how were the vibes when you guys were going to play off against Sentinels and Korova kept getting those Jeff eats? I just need to know, like, was Korova like giggling, kicking his feet at the same time?
I mean, I think we were all pretty excited. Obviously, it's a fun match. I mean, Sentinels, they played their best and it wasn't good enough. But honestly, though, on all seriousness, no hate to them. Still my friends, love them all.
Yeah.
Good team, but I think we showed up today, and match day we showed up and beat them, and I think we'll do it again tomorrow against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I'm sure a lot of your fans of Sentinels and your fans too like to hear there's no bad blood there. And I guess two things. We'll let you close it out, obviously, but we'll to not leave it on a negative note. I want to mention this up first. What happened with that C9 that in the second phase of Spider Island? No. I've never seen that. Right? What the hell?
I don't know, man. I just heard screaming C9, the points moving. And I guess we just forgot. I was just a classic C9. We forgot the card.
Classic. Yeah. At least you guys won, so we could forget about it, right? Yeah.
Well, we won anyway, so yeah.
Exactly. And
tragic.
That's what. You guys got to post that calm. I want to hear the screaming. Probably a lot of swears though, so maybe not. Rye, by the way, any last shout outs, any things you want to say before we let you go? Because it's our time for you to get some rest and also us to wrap up.
That's why I shout out J3. Every time we shout him out, we win. So I'm going to keep the trend going. Shout out J3.
Oh God, he's going to bust it down again. Thank you, Rye. Appreciate you stopping by, man.
All right, thanks guys. See you.
All right. Well, Vicky, that was an incredible series that we just had. And, that's only the start, right? We're about to finish it out, but what a game.
I can't believe, I keep feeling like time is flying by, but maybe for every J3 breakdown that we see throwing it back or something, that's the games just fly by even faster. Right? At least for Dark Zero, right? Maybe that's the power up that Dark Zero needed. You were talking about what was the difference between last week and this week. J3's dancing for them, man. So maybe that's the team up that they needed instead, the IRL team up. But it's been an amazing set of games right now. I have to reiterate, I'm so excited for tomorrow's games. Those are going to be some of the biggest bangers we have ever seen within the region.
Oh, absolutely. And another banging thing going on right now, or I guess that sounds pretty harsh, but one of the more phenomenal things that's happened recently in the scene is we've actually arrived on PlayStation 4. Marvel Rivals, you can play on PlayStation 4 on roller. You're one of these players who plays on console. I'm sure this means a lot, obviously, to pick up the controller on PS4 and finally play. We have a pro player in Smash as well, also on a controller, so it's definitely possible. And I don't know, Vicky, I'm of the opinion that a lot of the most talented players are still playing on a controller. It's the most popular device in North America, right? So it makes sense that we're missing maybe on some of these talented players.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see TTK, obviously, usually you see it being the vanguards here because it's a lot easier to navigate and work around it, having a roller in your hand, but then seeing Smash just pop off too, being on the duelist role, it's not easy, but it's possible, and you too could play if you just have a PS4 on Marvel Rivals, as well as, by the way, cross progression coming out, which is something else that we have to highlight, coming out probably season 5 or so you definitely want to be able to jump on board for that soon. Absolutely. And another thing you have to jump on board with, or at least I have to sadly jump on board with, is our predictions. Our results from earlier. I was wrong. Oh, man. I was wrong. Oh, finally I'm getting some points. I need them. You don't need them, dog, man. I had my points just flipped upside down if I was trying to copy your book out here. I like but man, it was tough. It was tough. It was tough. It was like your series with the Cozy. You guys were just absolutely getting the most difficult series to predict. Meanwhile, we were just given the easiest. I'm a fan of hot takes, I mean, some might say the Stephen A. Smith of the esports world, which is not always a compliment. Maybe I'll get into politics, but regardless, phenomenal work from these teams. Not good work in terms of my predictions, but that's okay. We'll come back. I'll make predictions next week. You're actually gonna catch up to me. God dang it! You have a chance to catch up to me tomorrow. I'm not gonna be back to predict. Damn it. Dude, I went 0-4 one day, okay? Let me have this. No. Let me have this. It's not fair. It's not fair. Let's take a look at the schedule tomorrow, though, Vicky. As, like you said, you and Cozy will be running us through this bad boy. Rock me down through it. I mean, why should I be excited as a viewer for FlyQuest Envy in 100 Thieves Dark Zero? All right, we have literally the two best teams in America's facing off against each other tomorrow from Group A. That is going to start off the day with FlyQuest versus Envy. Best of 5 in the grand finals. And then the last series to close things up within the Group Stage B is going to be 100 Thieves for the first time facing off against this new look of Dark Zero. And there is this last series is going to get you excited. Imagine what 100 Thieves as they stuck together look like against a team like Dark Zero that have had to make adjustments over the course of the last week.
Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm so excited. Ready for tomorrow. That'll be live, I believe, at 4 p.m. PST. I think we're an hour later than usual for these end of the group stages matches. So make sure you come on by. Also, later tonight, we have the Asia region alongside. Well, actually, yeah, I think they're wrapping up, if I'm not mistaken. The same thing with the EMEA, but we still have another day of that, too. So we're closing in on the end of the other regions. North America, we started late, so we have another week coming up besides tomorrow. Obviously, these other regions, I mean, it's about to be done. We're about to see the top seeds coming out to a close. So make sure you're watching here on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. And basically the next couple hours, we're going to be live yet again with a new set of faces. In the meantime, that's going to be myself and Cozy out for now. Catch you guys in a couple hours. Or, well, I said Cozy, me and Vicky out for now. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye, guys.